Hey guys, tonight we begin somewhere weightless, between the waking world and that soft edge of dreams where worries start to curl like dried petals. Here the Psalms aren't just words on parchment. They drift in the air like incense, faint and glowing. You don't need to be perfect to listen. You don't even need to be still, though stillness may find you on its own. This is your time, yours and God's. A space held just for you in a temple, not made of stone, but of stardust, breath, and memory. You step through without knowing how, maybe in sleep, maybe in spirit. Doesn't matter unless you've got wings, or your soul already signed the guest book at the pearly gates. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you'd like, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is there. I love knowing where on this great spinning world we're quietly connected. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You arrive where stars hum instead of shine, hanging over a vast courtyard tiled in glimmering midnight blues. There's no ceiling, just sky so open it almost hums. Pillars of silver hold up nothing yet. They stand like sentinels around the heart of the temple. At its center, a great stone table weathered like a mountain's palm, and on it a scroll bound not by thread, but by strands of something alive, maybe wind, maybe memory. God doesn't appear. He simply is, like warmth beside you when you didn't notice the cold, like a lullaby you almost remember from before you were born. When he speaks, it's not with thunder. His voice slides into your bones like warm oil, speaking not just to your ears, but to all your tired thoughts. Tonight, he says, we will read the Psalms I tucked into your ribs before you knew what sorrow meant. You don't reply. You can't. Not from fear, but from the strange and soothing sense that words might break the spell. He unrolls the scroll. It glows slightly like coals beneath ash. The first verse rises into the air, not written, but breathed. Psalm 139. You have searched me, Lord, and you know me. The words float around you like soft ribbons, wrapping your thoughts in something deeper than silence. A nearby flame flickers, not firewood, not candle, but something holy and breathing. Even shadows here listen. There's a theological idea called God's omniscience, but in this place it doesn't feel like a doctrine. It feels like being held. Fully known, not judged, just seen. Every restless moment you've ever lived lies gently open before him, like pages turned in kindness. And here's a curious thought. An oral tradition once claimed that David didn't write all the Psalms alone. Some came in dreams. Others were whispered to him by angels, while he wept in caves too broken to lift a pen. One scroll scholar from the Dead Sea sects wrote of a psalm of the bones, never found, but rumored to be sung only by the heart when the mouth could not speak. Some believe it still hides in the margins between Psalms 138 and 139, a verse known only to God and the voiceless. The candle leans toward you like it's listening too. God chuckles softly and says, "You've been trying to quiet your thoughts. But what if they've just been waiting to be read?" And as he turns to the next psalm, you don't feel smaller. You feel lighter, like a story mid-sentence waiting to be sung. The scroll beneath the stars. The scroll remains unrolled, its parchment alive beneath God's fingertips. You lean closer not to read, but to listen. The words don't need eyes. They come in warmth, in the way your breath syncs with the space around you. Every syllable feels older than language, yet somehow written just for this hour, just for this version of you. Tired, thoughtful, and quietly hoping for something you can't name. The next psalm begins not with a sentence, but a sigh. Psalm 121. I lift up my eyes to the mountains. Where does my help come from, God? Speaks it with the softness of someone who's already answered that question. 1,000 gentle ways. As he speaks, a new surface appears beneath the scroll. Not marble or granite, this one is sky itself, woven tight into a solid weave. The stars beneath your feet shimmer faintly, forming the shape of verses. You're standing on scripture, and then he says something almost mischievous. You didn't notice, did you? You've been walking across these psalms your whole life. There's a theological insight tucked inside, that gentle jest, something profound and humbling. The psalms are not just songs to be recited, they're paths. The Hebrew root for psalm mizmor hints at melody, yes, but also motion, direction. These are not still words. They move beneath the feet of pilgrims, of prophets, and of people like you who fidget with their blankets at 2:13 a.m. Beside you, a small scroll unravels itself, revealing symbols so ancient they predate Hebrew. You tilt your head. They look like wind blown across sand. And God says, some scholars believe Adam received the first psalm in a language no longer known, one meant only for the soul. It was lost when the stars mourned Eden. You blink. The stars mourned. God nods, amused. Of course, they'd waited ages just to be background for your joy. A candle near the scroll gives a tiny pop, like it's trying not to laugh too loud. A breeze follows. But there is no wind here, only meaning and motion. And here's a little-known curiosity. Psalm 121 was once used by travelers crossing the desert at night. They didn't speak it. They hummed it, letting the melody keep wolves at bay and fear beneath the feet. Some monks believed the rhythm of it could reroute anxious thoughts like water, finding new grooves in the sand. You walk slowly around the table, the psalm still floating in the air like a lullaby half remembered. It twirls once, then lands in your chest like a feather soaked in honey. God looks at you not with eyes, but with that sacred knowing, and says, lift up your eyes, not to mountains of worry, but to the quiet I wrote into the stars. The verse echoes again, not outside you this time, but inside like your very breath remembered it before your thoughts did. You pause, you listen, you forget the need to settle anything. Because in this temple made of verse and velvet dark sky, you are not required to make sense. You are only required to be still. God does not raise his voice. He never needs to. The Psalms listen first, then speak. Now he breathes Psalm 139 again, slower this time, but not for your mind, for your breath, your chest, your hidden places. Each word unknots a thought. Each pause presses gently where your spirit clutches tight. You hem me in behind and before, and you lay your hand upon me. You look upward. The sky doesn't stretch anymore. It folds, not downward, not overhead, but inward, pulling you into its hush. A breeze sways the olive branches that arc across the temple walls. They do not grow from soil, but from memory. Their leaves shimmer with ancient laughter and the scent of crushed peace offerings. The wind that passes through them carries no chill, only rhythm. As if someone is turning a page that rustles in time with your heartbeat. There's an old rabbinic story whispered on the edge of Apocrypha that wind was the first voice to ever sing scripture. Before David, before Sinai, before breath even reached lungs. They say wind carried psalm-like sounds into the void, and the stars responded not with light, but harmony. You hear it now. Not a song, not a chant, a whisper of belonging. I know when you sit, and when you rise, you do neither. You simply listen. And God smiles not with lips, but through a settling in your soul. There's a theological image here too. Ruach Elohim, the spirit wind of God. First seen hovering over chaos in Genesis, and tonight hovering over you. Not to fix you, not to scold or shape or hurry you, just to hover, to rest with you as you are. Not as you should be by sunrise, not as you pretend to be online, just as you are. And here's the scholarly mystery. Psalm 139 doesn't ask anything of you. No plea, no command, no confession. It simply witnesses you. And the Hebrew verb for search, there chakar, implies excavation, like mining for treasure. God isn't peeking in, he's dwelling within. The wind brushes past your cheek, not rushing, just present. Like a friend who finally stops trying to fix you and simply stays beside you on the porch while you both listen to crickets. A tiny moth floats through the air, its wings dusted in gold. It loops lazily around the flame. God leans close and whispers, "Even your doubts ride the wind to me. Even your fidgeting thoughts know the way home." 3 soft analogies pass like fireflies. Your worries are sheep with bedtime excuses. Your fears are cats who knock over every thought just for fun. And your mind tonight, it's like a library mouse chewing the same page over and over. God chuckles. Let the page go. You've already read it. And just like that, the wind becomes quiet again. But not gone. Still present. Still carrying verses yet to come. A soft golden glow flickers in your peripheral vision, dim, steady, and kind. You turn, and there near the edge of this star-stitched temple, a solitary angel sits with a lantern in his lap. He isn't radiant, not like stained glass windows would have you believe. He's gentle-looking, almost sleepy. His robe crumples at the knees, his sandals unlaced. A curl of hair falls into one eye. The lantern in his hands pulses like a heartbeat. Not bright, just enough to see by if you were afraid of the dark. But you're not. Not here. Not with God so near, and psalms hanging in the air like lullabies waiting to be caught. The angel glances at you, smiles, then slowly lowers the flame inside the lantern. It dims not from lack of fuel, but from fullness of peace. Some light isn't meant to push back darkness. Some light is meant to match it gently. God notices. Of course he does. He looks over and says softly, "Even the angels rest when you begin to trust." There's a sacred rhythm to this revelation, then dimming. Word, then silence. Psalm 62 now stirs in the scroll. Truly my soul finds rest in God. My salvation comes from him. It doesn't shout. It doesn't dance. It doesn't even rhyme in Hebrew. It rests, and suddenly you realize not every psalm is meant to stir emotion. Some exist to still it. You step closer to the angel, and he offers you a quiet nod. The flame within the lantern isn't oil-fed. It feeds on release, on thoughts, unclenched shoulders, dropped breaths, exhaled. Here's something few ever consider. Ancient scrolls were read, not in daylight, but by oil lamp, especially in the temple's innermost courts. The flickering of the flame was part of the reading rhythm. If it danced, the reader paused. If it steadied, the verse continued. They believed even the fire listened. And that brings us to a small scholarly mystery. Psalm 62 uses the word Selah, but its meaning lost. Guessed, translated as pause or interlude, or even musical rest. Some say it was never a word at all, but a breath. A moment to let the soul catch up to the sentence. Tonight, your mind might need many cellas. And that angel, he's not guarding you. He's guarding the quiet. His lantern isn't for light, it's for rhythm. And when you glance again, he's leaned back against a column, eyes half shut, humming something you don't recognize, but that your bones remember. 3 small analogies drift like incense. Your thoughts are wind chimes in a storm, pretty but exhausted. Your worry is a squirrel in a robe, distracted, dramatic, divine. And your faith, right now it's like warm pudding, not impressive, but exactly what the soul ordered. God watches your shoulders lower. That was the psalm working not through insight, but invitation. Psalm 62 fades into the walls. The lantern glows once more, then winks. It's okay. You didn't miss anything. You arrived at something. Your feet shift slightly as if drawn toward the edge of the glowing temple. The stone floor beneath you feels unusually warm, like it remembers footsteps, not just yours, but others before you. Pilgrims, prophets, children, angels, the Son of God himself. Their presence doesn't haunt, it comforts. Each step, even the unsure ones, has left a faint impression, like verses pressed into clay before it dried. God leans toward you and smiles. These stones don't hold judgment, only memory. As he unrolls more of the scroll, you notice the verses don't rise in order. Psalm 56 flickers into the air. You have kept count of my tossings, put my tears in your bottle. Are they not in your book? And just like that, the floor beneath you ripples. The stones shift, not loudly but softly, like the way your blanket settles when you finally find the right sleeping position. One stone lifts slightly and reveals a shallow impression in its center. It's filled with liquid light. Tears, not the sad kind, the remembered kind, the honored kind. God kneels, yes, kneels, and gently touches the liquid. These are yours, he says, from when you thought no one noticed. It's a deep theological truth. Hiding here, divine omnipresence is not just about seeing you. It's about witnessing you with tenderness. In every place you stumbled, heaven leaned closer. And the floor of this place was designed to catch even the footprints that faltered. Here's a spiritual curiosity passed down through the oral traditions of the Eastern Church. Some believe that the stones in Jerusalem's temple whispered at night, repeating the verses of Psalms that had been read aloud during the day. They said the ground could carry memory longer than paper. One rabbi claimed that Psalm 56 was inscribed not on scrolls, but first on stones, hidden deep in caves, kept secret by desert winds, until David came searching during his exile. God turns back to you and offers a playful grin. You've walked in more sacred places than you realize. Grocery stores, waiting rooms, middle of the night hallways. Another stone shifts. This one glows faintly with the shape of your foot. It's unmistakable. You worried so much that day, he says, but you still kept walking. That was a psalm too. 3 sleepy metaphors curl up in your mind, like cats on windowsills. Your regrets are socks, with no match, still warm, still useful. Your anxious pacing, like a holy chicken dance, nonsensical, but full of life. And your spiritual journey, it's less like a straight line, and more like a doodle in the margins. God reads both. He reads everything. And tonight, the ground beneath you is not asking for more faith. It's offering a quiet reminder you were always seen. In the far corner of the temple, where moonlight barely touches you, notice a small alcove. It's round and unassuming, half-shadowed, half-inviting. God leads you toward it with no words, just the hush of presence. Inside the alcove, stacked neatly and glowing faintly, are scrolls you've never seen before. They're different, more fragile looking, tied with threads of starlight. You pause. These don't feel like the Psalms you know. They aren't, God says, kneeling beside them. These are the ones never sung. You tilt your head. Never sung. He nods gently, untying one. They were written in moments of such deep silence that even heaven held its breath. Psalms for the wordless, for those who didn't have the strength to speak, or didn't know how. He unrolls one slowly. The parchment glows a soft blue, pulsing with something between breath and prayer. A single line rises from it like steam curling off warm bread. I didn't know what to say, but I stayed. Your chest tightens not painfully, but like something long held is finally being noticed. God runs his fingers across the lines and murmurs. This one came from a woman who sat beside her sleeping child through the night. She never said a word, but I heard every second of it. There's a theological insight here that flickers quietly. In the corner of your mind, worship is not always sound. The Psalms teach us to cry out, yes, but they also teach us to be still. Psalm 46. Be still and know. Stillness is not absence, it is reverence, attention, listening, staying. God lifts another scroll smaller than the rest. This one's yours, he says. From a night you don't remember, you reach out hesitating. It unrolls on its own. One line: I just wanted someone to understand me. You laugh softly, unexpectedly. It sounds strange in this place, like a balloon floating through a cathedral. God chuckles too. Honest psalms are still psalms, you know. I never asked for polish, only presence. There's an old apocryphal tale barely referenced in dusty scrolls from Qumran about a shepherd boy who wrote a psalm in the dirt with a stick. A fierce wind erased it before anyone could read it. The scholars argued, does a psalm unwitnessed still count? God leans in now, face nearly lit by the blue glow scroll. Of course it counts. I was there. 3 soft metaphors drift by like dandelion seeds. Your unsaid prayers are cupcakes left on a doorstep. Quiet offerings, sweet nonetheless. Your silence is not empty. It's like a jar filled with invisible music. And your restless heart, it's like a hamster on a wheel. Sure, but that hamster is wearing a crown. You smile. Maybe the silly part of your spirit is also sacred. One by one, God lets the unsung psalms rise around you. Not loud, not even whispered, just present, like a garden of unopened letters, all addressed to him, and all already read. You hear it before you see it, a faint trickling, soft as sleepwalking sandals. It winds its way through the temple's edge, a brook not made of water, but of silver light. You walk toward it slowly, your feet quiet on the warm stone floor, guided by the melody of memory more than movement. The brook runs in gentle curves, pooling now and then in shallow basins that reflect more than just your face. They reflect moments. Ones you've lived, ones you've forgotten, ones your soul remembers even when your mind cannot. God sits beside the stream, elbows on knees, as casual as a campfire companion. This brook, he says, remembers David. He wept beside it once. A long walk from the crown, but very near to me. Psalm 6 begins to rise from the waters. Like mist, I am worn out from my groaning. All night long I flood my bed with weeping. The words are sad, yes, but also soft. Soft in the way true sadness can sometimes feel like letting go of something too heavy. God places his hand above the surface of the brook, and it responds ripples of quiet joy radiating outward. You know, he says David thought his tears were weakness, but I counted them like pearls. Here's a deeper insight. Psalm 6 is often called a penitential psalm, but its power isn't in guilt. It's in release, in the divine invitation to drop the performance and just feel. To weep without apology. David did, and the stream here remembers it all. You kneel beside it, hands hovering over the silver ripples. God reaches into the current and pulls out something small, a drop of water shaped like a teardrop wrapped in golden thread. This one, he says, was yours. April, 2 years ago. You never told anyone. But I heard it louder than any trumpet. You laugh unexpectedly, the sound bubbling up like a corked-up song. You label tears God winks, filed under holy waters, right next to unsent text messages, and that time you let someone else go first in line. He tosses the drop back into the stream. It joins the others seamlessly. And here's a lesser-known curiosity. In certain Ethiopian monastic traditions, monks believed that every psalm had a corresponding tear type, 7 to be precise. Tears of grief, joy, awe, confusion, fear, surrender, and most mysteriously, tears of prophecy. They believed David's tears sometimes predicted things he himself didn't understand. That's the scholarly mystery of Psalm 6. Did David know he was echoing the Messiah's coming grief? Or was he simply expressing his own? You dip your fingers into the water and feel no wetness, only warmth. It's like the stream carries not sorrow, but permission. Permission to be undone, to weep with God, not for him. 3 sleepy metaphors drift by, carried on the current. Your sadness is a candle that forgets it's allowed to flicker. Your doubt is a sleepy owl. It sees in the dark, but still bumps into branches. And your heart tonight, it's a loaf of bread that rose unevenly, still nourishing, still good. God brushes his palm across the stream, and the water glows again. David's tears, your tears, all safely remembered. Not for judgment, but for tenderness. A soft bleat rises in the distance. You turn your head toward it, instinctively, like a child hearing their name in a dream. There, just beyond the brook, is a small hillside dotted with sleeping sheep. Some curled in straw nests, others flopped on their sides like divine marshmallows. A few twitch in dreams, chasing whatever sheep chase. And standing among them, awake, still aglow with quietness, the shepherd. He isn't pacing. He isn't counting heads. He isn't barking orders or waving a rod. He's watching. God notices your gaze. He hasn't blinked in hours, he says with a smile. Not out of duty, out of devotion. Psalm 121 rises again, this time from the wind behind you. He who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. You feel a calm hum ripple beneath the words. Theological truth settles like soft snowfall. God's vigilance is not anxious, it is tender. He doesn't stay awake because he's worried. He stays awake because you are precious. The shepherd lifts a finger to his lips, not as a command but a promise. Shh. Nothing will disturb the fold tonight. You walk toward the scene, careful not to wake the sheep. Though one stirs and yawns with such drama, it almost tumbles over. God chuckles. That one's been overthinking the grass pattern all week. A 3-legged lamb toddles up to you, leans against your shin, and promptly falls asleep. You don't move. God speaks again, softly. You think I'm disappointed when your thoughts scatter, don't you? Like you're a sheep that strayed. But I don't count distance the way you do. You could wander 1,000 dreams away, and I'd still call your name like it's right next to me. And here's a quiet curiosity. Ancient shepherds in Bethlehem were known to sing psalms over their sheep at night. Not loudly, just enough to let the flock hear a familiar voice. Some scroll fragments suggest that parts of Psalm 23 originated not as temple songs, but as lullabies whispered in fields under stars. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, but tonight there is no valley, just peace, and a shepherd who never nods off. There's a scholarly mystery tucked in this scene too. Psalm 121 calls God the shade at your right hand. But in desert culture, shade moves. So why does this psalm insist it stays? Some believe the shade isn't about location, but companionship, a shadow that mirrors your movement, a presence that adapts to you. 3 warm analogies float by like sleepy sheep jumping over fences. Your anxiety is a goat in a tutu, loud, persistent, and deeply committed to being dramatic. Your doubt is a shepherd's dog, chasing its own tail, still loved, still part of the flock. And your mind tonight, it's a sheep who keeps making lists instead of sleeping, but it's still held close. The shepherd walks past you now, not to leave, but to loop around. Always around, always near. And as the wind grows quieter, the sheep sigh deeper. Not because danger has gone, but because the shepherd is still watching. You follow a narrow path down a staircase of midnight-colored stone. Each step you take is lit for just a moment beneath your foot, then dims again, like the path exists only as you walk it. God walks beside you, humming something low and ancient, a melody with no words, only warmth. At the bottom lies a vast chamber, round and domed its ceiling, a quiet swirl of clouds suspended like breath. There are no walls, just shelves curved in concentric rings, stretching upward and outward like tree rings in a giant hollowed heart. This is not an ordinary library. This, God whispers, is where the cries went. You blink. Cries. He nods, walking slowly into the circular shelves. The ones people thought were wasted. The ones muttered under blankets, into towels, behind locked doors in hospital waiting rooms and empty parking lots. Each scroll here is wrapped in silk, the color of moonlight. They don't glow. They rest. Some shiver slightly like they're still exhaling. Others stay completely still, their words so sacred, even the silence dares not touch them. God reaches for one and unrolls it with care. Inside, a single line. Not a full psalm. Just a moment. Please don't let me break again. No name, no date, just truth. And somehow you feel it. Not as a memory, as recognition. Psalm 34 hovers above the scroll like smoke. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. A thought lands gently, an insight wrapped in velvet. God does not archive pain. He honors it. There is no bureaucracy in heaven's memory. Every cry has been kept, not catalogued. And every kept cry, God says, becomes a prayer, even if you didn't mean it that way. You trail your fingers along a row of scrolls. Some seem to sing softly when touched. Others thrum like distant thunder. And one opens before your hand even reaches it. Inside, a single sentence smudged by what looks like teardrops. I'm tired of pretending I'm okay. God's hand finds your shoulder. I remember when that one reached me. It shook the stars a little. There's an apocryphal belief mentioned once by a monk with a love for ink stains and whispering trees that David hid some of his most painful verses here, ones too tender to publish. He believed the heart had psalms that only God should ever read. That's the mystery of this place. Not all cries become scripture, but every cry becomes sacred. You reach a smaller alcove. Lower down, scrolls barely finger length. These you ask. God smiles. Children's tears. I keep them nearest the floor. 3 tender metaphors stretch out on the shelves like old cats. Your sadness is a book with pages stuck together, still worth reading slowly. Your despair is a violin string too tight to sing, but still vibrating in my hand. And your mind tonight, it's like a librarian forgetting where they filed joy, but the index is divine. God closes the scroll gently. The library doesn't echo, it absorbs. And somehow, standing here among the soft-spoken sorrow of ages, you feel not overwhelmed but held. You step out of the library slowly, as if emerging from beneath a great weight, not the kind that crushes, but the kind that steadies. Outside, the temple opens again to the sky, but now the stars seem closer, like a low ceiling of glittering thought. Somewhere nearby, a flute plays a note you can't quite hear, but somehow feel deep in your chest, like a second heartbeat you forgot was yours. God walks beside you in silence for a while. The kind of silence that says, you don't have to fill this space, it's already holy. Then without warning, he stops. He holds up one finger not to hush you, but to direct your attention. Listen, he whispers. You listen. And at first, there's nothing, just your breath. Then, the beat, your heart. But something rides inside it. Between the beats, a sound, a shape, a psalm, whispered so gently it doesn't interrupt the rhythm, it becomes it. Psalm 46 drifts through your pulse. Be still and know that I am God, not shouted from the mountaintop, not printed in bold, just suspended between thumps. It's a theological wonder God doesn't only speak through thunder or scripture. Sometimes he chooses the intervals, the pause, the silence between syllables, the holy breath between thoughts. You place your hand over your chest. It's just you and your heartbeat. But also, not just you. God touches your shoulder gently. You've always assumed I was outside you, in the sky, in the temple, in the clouds. But I hid a psalm inside your ribcage. It's sung every time your heart moves, without your permission. A sacred curiosity arises here, barely known even to biblical scholars. In some early Aramaic traditions, breath and spirit were interchangeable. Ruach. They believed each heartbeat was a spoken syllable of God's name Yahweh. Yahweh. So when your heart raced, they believed you were speaking God's name faster. When it slowed, his name deepened. A mystery lingers. What if you've never stopped praying, not once since you were born? You stand there now, one hand on your chest, the other still glowing faintly from the scrolls. You feel Psalm 46, not in your ears, but in your bloodstream. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. You exhale, not dramatically, just truthfully. 3 soft metaphors curl around your feet like sleepy cats. Your thoughts are kids in footy pajamas who miss their bedtime but insist they're not tired. Your doubts are squeaky floorboards in an old sanctuary, part of the soundscape. And your mind tonight, it's a cup of warm milk, trying to remember if it already said goodnight. God smiles again, not the smile of someone impressed, but the smile of someone completely at home with you. No pressure, no performance, just the psalm inside your chest, still singing. Even now, especially now, you wander slowly from the heartbeat chamber, your steps now softened by something unseen. There's no urgency here, only invitation. Time has grown pliable like honey in warm hands. Every breath feels like a lullaby written in advance. You follow the subtle glow of another flame, not bright, but persistent, and find yourself before a great shadowed curtain. Behind it waits something older than the stars, more sacred than scripture, the Ark. Yes, that Ark. Not the one rebuilt in temples or reproduced in museums. The Ark. The one that once thundered with glory and silence at the same time. God doesn't tell you to bow. He just stands with you as if returning to a dear friend. But before either of you move closer, you notice it, a small moth, fluttering in slow, lazy circles before the veil. It's ordinary, cream-colored, wings a little frayed. Its flight wobbles slightly, like it forgets how wings work. And yet somehow it holds the space. God grins. She's been guarding it for centuries. Took over after a cherub fell asleep during a poetry reading. You smile, startled. A moth guards the Ark. She doesn't guard it in the way you think. She listens. She remembers the holiness that people often forget. Then you notice every time the moth's wings beat, the air hums faintly with a verse. Not loud, not declarative, just pulsing, almost imperceptible. A rhythm in a dream. Psalm 99 surfaces from the veil, whispered by the fluttering. He sits enthroned between the cherubim. Let the earth shake. But the earth does not shake now. Instead, it hushes. Because awe doesn't always come with trumpets. Sometimes it comes with tiny wings in the dark. There's a theological insight humming in the air. God's holiness is not just power, it's presence. Weight. The Hebrew word for glory, kavod, means heaviness. And here the weight doesn't crush, it settles. Like a warm blanket over your restless soul. The moth lands on your sleeve for a moment. Her wings beat once, twice, and you feel the verse move through your bones. An ancient oral tradition claims that when the Ark sat still, too long, moths would gather not to consume, but to protect. They fed on pride, not parchment. Their flutter kept the air humble. A scholarly mystery lingers here. The Ark was lost, historically speaking. Its location unknown. But some believe it was never lost, just moved beyond reach. Hidden where no thief would look, within the hush between worship and sleep. 3 cozy metaphors flap sleepily through your mind, like bedtime jokes with old friends. Your perfectionism is a moth who keeps flying into the same lamp, determined, dizzy, divine. Your overthinking. Like a harp string pulled too tight, it hums, but it's not quite music. And your spiritual exhaustion. It's a coat, 2 sizes too big, heavy, but you forgot you could take it off. God brushes his fingers gently near the curtain. The moth lifts again and circles slower now, like punctuation to a prayer. You don't need to step behind the veil tonight. Not yet. Just knowing the Ark is near, the presence, real, the holiness warm, is enough. And as the moth hums one final beat, you realize some psalms are not meant to be shouted. They're meant to be guarded. The temple floor shifts gently beneath you, no longer solid stone, but soft, warm sand. It glows faintly in the starlight, each grain catching the glimmer like 1,000 tiny lanterns. You feel the impulse to kneel, to touch it, though you're not quite sure why. God steps beside you, crouches low, and runs his hand slowly through the sand. With each sweep, symbols begin to appear, not written, but revealed. They've been waiting for your hand, he says. Some verses are like seeds. They only show themselves when the soul is quiet enough to listen. You kneel beside him, your fingertips brushing the surface. The sand responds to your presence, swirling into the shape of a single verse. Psalm 77:6. I remembered my songs in the night. My heart meditated, and my spirit asked. The final word fades unfinished. You look up. God nods gently. That verse ends with a question, not an answer. Theological insight hums low and steady. Here the Psalms are not formulas. They are dialogues, questions wrapped in music. Unfinished prayers folded like linens at the edge of the soul. And Psalm 77 is one of the most tender among them. A night song from a mind full of doubts and a spirit still willing to ask. You brush your hand deeper into the sand, and the verse reforms not just in Hebrew now, but in small glowing symbols that feel older, softer. God leans closer. Some believe this psalm was first written in the wilderness, not on scrolls, but in soil, temporary, as if to say, even this won't last forever, but while it does, let it speak. There's an ancient rabbinic story, almost a fable, about a prophet who wrote his most honest psalm into the desert. Not with ink, but with his walking stick. He wept, then walked away, and the wind scattered his words across the dunes. They say one grain of sand from that message lands in the shoe of every wandering soul, just enough to keep you restless until you ask again. God lifts a pinch of the sand, now letting it fall through his fingers like sugar. This verse, he murmurs, asks a question that you never dared say aloud. Has God forgotten to be kind? He looks at you and without judgment adds, you've asked that before. I know. It didn't offend me. It invited me. A soft breeze stirs the sand into spirals. One swirl brushes against your wrist and leaves behind a faint golden line, like a comma instead of a period. 3 gentle metaphors sift into your heart like warm dust. Your faith is like a sandcastle, just out of reach of the tide. It's okay if it melts sometimes. Your hope is a desert cactus, quiet, slow growing, but filled with water when it matters. And your doubts, little camels carrying questions across miles of silence, none of them lost. You draw a finger through the sand beside the psalm. No words come out, just a curve. But God sees it. He smiles. That's psalm enough. And for a moment the grains shimmer together like notes on a silent staff. Not every verse needs to resolve. Some just need to be seen. Some, like this one, are holy because they end mid-sentence. A hush falls across the temple as the wind shifts. You look up, and instead of sky, you see a vast canopy of deep blue cloud. No lightning, no storm. Just the soft breath of something waiting to fall. A moment later it begins. Rain, but not like rain you've known. These drops fall slowly, patiently, as if asking permission before touching anything. They make no splash. Each one lands like a footnote from heaven. Some strike the stone floor, others kiss the olive leaves, but many seem to land on nothing, disappearing mid-air with a tiny glow like sighs returning home. God stretches out his hand and lets several drops gather in his palm. They don't roll off. They settle as if resting after a long journey. This is psalm rain, he says softly. I used it once, when Elijah gave up, when my son wept in Gethsemane, and sometimes when you try to fall asleep, but your thoughts just rehearse the wrong things in the wrong order. You tilt your face upward. The drops touch your skin like memories you didn't know you missed. Psalm 63 begins to form around you, not spoken, not sung, but rained. On my bed I remember you. I think of you through the watches of the night. And suddenly, the night itself feels layered. You're not in one moment, you're in many. You see a young David beneath dripping cave walls, whispering that same verse. You feel Jesus in the garden, eyes turned skyward, rain indistinguishable from tears. And you feel yourself on some ordinary Tuesday, curled in bed, scrolling, then crying, then scrolling again. And still this rain fell, even when you didn't notice, even when you didn't ask. There's a theological truth drifting in the mist. Divine presence isn't limited to sacred places. It appears in repetition, in longing, in night watches where no miracle comes, just mercy. God wipes a raindrop from your brow. Some believe Psalm 63 was written in a dry land, he says, but the truest version of it, it's always soaked. There's a curiosity in the scroll traditions here. Some ancient versions of the Psalms include marginal notes from scribes who claimed certain verses were best recited in the rain. For the words to loosen, one scribe wrote the air must cry too. And the mystery rain appears throughout Scripture, but it is never just weather. It is reminder. A covenant in Genesis, a parable in Matthew, a prayer answered with silence in Job. Now 3 sleepy metaphors tiptoe into your thoughts like slippers on tile. Your worries are wet socks on a long walk, annoying, but you'll still get home. Your shame is an umbrella you forgot you were holding, lower it. Let yourself be reached. And your thoughts tonight, they're pigeons hiding from the drizzle under a stone awning, rumbling, restless, real. You exhale, not because everything's fixed, but because you realize the rain has been falling gently through your life all along. God leans in and says, these drops know your name. They've always been part of the story. And for a few sacred seconds, you forget every plan, every looped worry, every failed prayer. You only know this: you are not dry, you are not alone. And God still speaks in the rain. The rain quiets, not because it ends, but because your mind no longer hears it as noise. It becomes part of the background, like a mother's lullaby you've outgrown, but still trust. You walk now along a corridor of scroll racks, their frames shaped like ancient vines, each one cradling manuscripts that shimmer just a little too much to be ink alone. God pauses beside one scroll shelf, running his finger along the edge like a pianist warming up. These are the annotated Psalms, he says, eyes twinkling. Footnotes left by angels. You raise a brow. Angels write. Footnotes. He grins. Of course, they're curious beings. When a verse touches them, they respond, sometimes with commentary, sometimes with doodles. You lean in, and sure enough, along the bottom of one scroll in script, so fine it resembles spider silk, is a small drawing, a sheep riding a cloud like a canoe holding a lantern. Next to it, a scribble, Psalm 91, verse 11, charge given, rider accepted, slightly nervous. You snort, laugh before you can stop yourself. God laughs too genuinely. That one's Gabriel. He gets dramatic when he's assigned night duty. There's a theological beauty buried in this. The Psalms not only guide humans, but affect the heavens. The line between celestial and earthly devotion has always been thinner than we think. The ancients believed angels watched over worship, not just guarding, but participating. They didn't deliver the Psalms, they listened and responded. A lesser-known curiosity, fragments from the Book of Jubilees describe watchers who wept when David composed certain verses, claiming they felt what they called a downward longing, an ache to join human praise. You open another scroll, next to Psalm 8. What is man that you are mindful of him? An angel has added, we still don't get it, but he loves them. A lot. There's a metaphor in that footnote, a reminder that you are a mystery, even to beings made of light. God points to a torn corner of a page where an angel has simply written, "This line made me cry." Twice. Psalm 130 rests above it. "Out of the depths I cry to you, Lord." You let your hand rest on that scroll, and suddenly you see it, how even your weakest moments might ripple beyond this world. How a whispered psalm from a tired mouth on earth might echo into the stars. Heaven notices. 3 analogies arrive like drowsy bees. Your late-night prayers are sticky notes on God's mirror. He smiles at each one, even the scribbled ones. Your doubts are angel questions left in the margins. Why do they worry so much when they're so loved? And your spiritual life? A messy desk that heaven visits anyway. Feet up, candle lit, ready to listen. You close the scroll carefully. The angel's notes stay. Your laughter stays too. So does your awe. And as you step away, you hear one final scribbled line whispered from the page. We watch them sleep. We cheer when they rest. The corridor shifts again, as if the temple is exhaling, making space for the next mystery. You find yourself drawn toward a small room, lit by reflection rather than flame. No obvious source of light, only a hush that shimmers like air after rain. In the center lies a scroll unlike any other. Its parchment is dark, not black, but indigo like twilight pressed into silk. The writing on it runs from right to left and then backward, not in mirror form, not in code, just reversed. A psalm meant to be read in reverse, word by word. God approaches it without hesitation. He smiles as if greeting an old friend. Some truths, he says, can only be understood when traveled backward, like grief or healing or forgiveness. He begins to read. The words emerge not from his lips, but from the air around him, sounding first like a foreign tongue, then slowly resolving into English. Peace into paths. Me leads. He. You blink. Psalm 23. God nods, but not as you've heard it. Tonight the journey walks backward from rest to shadow to table to green pastures, all the way back to the beginning, the shepherd. There's a deep insight buried in the cadence. Sometimes peace isn't something we arrive at. It's something we uncover by retracing our steps. This psalm isn't a destination. It's a reverse map. The room fills with visions, not memories, but echoes. You see yourself leaving a hard conversation, but walking away softer. You see the moment you decided not to answer a cruel message. You see the quiet hug you gave, even when you were tired. Moments that didn't feel like spiritual victories, but walked backward. They were psalms. God points to the end of the scroll, which begins, "Forever dwell shall I and house thee in Lord thee of goodness surely." You can't help but laugh. It sounds like Yoda wrote it. God smirks. Maybe he borrowed it. Then he leans in, voice quieter. This version reminds you that you've already passed through the valley, that you've already been guided, that even now your soul is being led somewhere gentle. You touch the scroll and it pulses, faintly warm but unfamiliar. The verses feel like déjà vu, like words you've spoken in dreams but couldn't recall. You wonder if you've ever prayed in reverse without knowing it. And here's a curiosity whispered through Coptic scroll tradition in some desert monastic communities. Psalms were sometimes recited backwards, not as superstition, but as meditation. To unspool the knots, one monk wrote, to walk back through the pain slowly, like a child retracing footsteps home. The mystery. No complete reversed psalter was ever found. Some believe it wasn't meant to be preserved, only practiced. 3 cozy metaphors wander backward into your thoughts. Your regrets are spilled ink on a love letter blotted but still legible. Your memories are footprints in wet clay, imperfect, but proof you were guided. And your faith tonight, a cassette tape rewinding in a quiet room, clicking back toward the start. The final verse reassembles itself in your heart. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. And somehow hearing it backwards made it truer. Because sometimes the journey makes the psalm, and sometimes you only know you've been carried when you turn around. A gentle shift in the air draws you away from the mirrored scroll. Now the path narrows walls, curling in like folded wings. You duck slightly and the world grows quieter. Not just silent, but thick with stillness, as if the rocks themselves are holding their breath. This is no hall, it is a cleft, a narrow place carved by pressure and time shadowed hidden wholly. A single candle waits inside, not tall, not grand, just one little flame flickering inside a stone alcove. The wax has nearly run down to nothing yet. It glows steadily, as if aware it's being watched. You kneel without thinking. The space invites humility, not from command, but by memory. Someone else knelt here before. God joins you sitting cross-legged beside the flame. Do you know who hid here? He asks softly. You do. You feel it before you answer. Elijah, you whisper. God nods, and Moses too. Different clefts, same lesson. Psalm 27 rises between you. For in the day of trouble he will keep me safe in his dwelling. He will hide me in the shelter of his sacred tent and set me high upon a rock. Theological light glows through the words. Sometimes God doesn't lift you above the trouble. He tucks you within himself. Not escape, not erasure. Just protection deep enough for the soul to finally exhale. The candle's flame sways, casting shapes on the rock, like faces, like shadows of prayers you forgot to finish. You lean in closer, and the flame flickers in rhythm with your breath. It's almost alive. God says this flame was lit by Elijah's tears. He didn't want to be a prophet anymore. He asked me to take him. You nod slowly, and you didn't. I gave him fire instead, God says, smiling faintly. But not yet. First I gave him stillness. Here, a lesser-known curiosity from oral tradition. Some ancient mystics believed the cleft where Elijah rested was the same rock where Moses stood when God's glory passed by. That the stone was softened by presence itself, that it glowed faintly in the dark even centuries later. You run your fingers along the edge. It's warm, like sleep held in stone. And the mystery of this psalm, it sings of enemies and fear, yet ends in waiting. I remain confident of this. I will see the goodness of the Lord. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart. It's not victory, it's readiness, the kind born in the hush. 3 metaphors settle beside you like old friends at a campfire. Your anxious thoughts are popcorn kernels in a pan. 1 more minute, and they'll all burst. Your worries are squirrels in a pillowcase, uncontainable, mildly chaotic, secretly adorable. And your soul tonight, a lantern on its last drop of oil, still burning, still seen. God reaches toward the candle but does not snuff it out. He lets it flicker. Even small flames, he says, can push back eternal dark. And as the glow lights the hollow of the cleft, you do not ask for more fire. You ask for more stillness, and the rock grants it. You step out of the cleft warmed but quieter, as if the rock had whispered something directly into your bloodstream. The temple widens again, its walls now distant, veiled in mist, making the space feel borderless. Somewhere ahead, a sound stirs. Not a voice, not wind, an echo. But it doesn't bounce, it lingers. It repeats your name, not loudly, not like a roll call, just gently, like someone humming the memory of you. You follow it. Each step draws the sound closer, not because it grows louder, but because you grow still enough to hear it fully. And there, in a chamber made of soft stone and shadowed gold, God stands beside a low arch. This is the psalm of the echo, he says, the one that never stopped repeating your name. Psalm 139 swirls through the air again, not read but remembered. You have searched me, Lord, and you know me. You step beneath the arch, and the echo shifts. It's no longer just your name. It's every word you thought you forgot, every sentence you never finished, every quiet ache that shaped your soul without language. God looks at you, no smile, no sermon, just presence. Some echoes don't come from walls, he says. They come from me. There's a deep truth here, like a root system. Beneath your skin, being known by God is not passive, it is active, alive. An echo not of sound, but of recognition. You feel it now, not nostalgia, not memory, a recognition of being remembered. Scholarly tradition holds that Psalm 139 was a personal psalm, a declaration of God's intimate knowledge. But some mystics believed the psalm wasn't meant for humans to recite to God, but for God to whisper back to the soul, a divine echo chamber. You walk through the space, and wherever you move, the echo gently mirrors you, not just your steps, but your feeling. Joy echoed, doubt echoed, even numbness echoed, not judged, just held. One wall glows faintly, and you touch it. Your name appears in cursive light. Below it a verse, for you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. God touches your shoulder. I remember that moment. You didn't see the thread, but I did. I still do. A warm tear escapes before you can stop it. The echo catches it, doesn't repeat it, just keeps it like a bookmark in a well-loved chapter. 3 dreamlike metaphors curl around your feet like fog with feelings. Your questions are echoes yelling into jars, muffled but still moving. Your spiritual weariness is a skipping stone that never sinks, still heard each time it touches. And your soul tonight, it's a canyon, not because it's empty, but because it amplifies truth when it echoes. You turn toward God. Will this echo stop? He smiles, not with certainty, but eternity. It hasn't yet. And the echo repeats, not your name now, but something truer. Mine. You feel the shift before you see it. Light thickens. The mist from the echoing chamber begins to dissolve, upward, drawn toward the dome of the temple. And above you, stars no longer sit still. They move, not quickly, not chaotically. They drift in slow, deliberate arcs, as if dancing to a rhythm too sacred to rush. And then they begin to hum, not with voices, but with something deeper resonance. Each star emits a low, velvety note, not a melody exactly, but harmony. It is not sung to you, it is sung around you, and you feel your ribcage quietly vibrate with it. God sits cross-legged on the floor, like a contented teacher patting the space beside him. Come, he says. The Psalms were never meant to be confined to paper. Some were scribbled into stars. You sit, and the air around you shimmers, not hot, but bright with meaning. Psalm 19 descends like dew from the dome. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night after night they reveal knowledge. You glance up again. Now the stars seem to shimmer in sequence lines, forming not constellations, but text. Not legible words, but feeling. As if the stars know something they've been trying to say forever, and the Psalms were humanity's closest translation. There's a beautiful theological resonance here. The cosmos isn't background, it's scripture in slow motion. The universe is not indifferent, it's liturgical. And tucked in the margins of ancient Hebrew psalms, scribes sometimes drew tiny asterisms, six-pointed symbols denoting musical interludes. Some scholars believe they represented celestial accompaniment places in the psalm meant to be echoed by the heavens. You look back down. The floor beneath you is speckled with star marks, not painted, embedded. One pulses faintly with warmth, and God whispers. That one flickered brighter the day you forgave someone you swore you never could. You blink. You didn't say a psalm that day, he continues, but the stars did it for you. 3 sacred metaphors drift down from the sky like falling glitter. Your mistakes are stars seen from the city, faint, but still exactly where they should be. Your hopes are satellites you launched, without knowing, still orbiting, still sending signal. And your heart tonight, a planetarium turned low, quiet, dark, filled with constellations only you and God can name. A shooting star arcs across the dome but doesn't burn out. It loops back into place. Sometimes God says stars rewrite their verses, and you realize these stars don't just remember the Psalms, they add to them. Every time a kindness echoes, every time you rest instead of strive, every time you let go of fear long enough to love. Psalm 19 sings on. No crescendo, just harmony. And as you lean back, resting in the cradle of light and lyric, you feel what David may have felt. Once, not that God wrote the Psalms, but that he is the psalm. The stars slowly dim, not vanishing, but quieting like musicians laying down their instruments after the final note. The temple stills again. No movement, no voice, no psalm in the air. And yet, something fills the space. Not absence, not waiting, but silence. You sit in it. At first, your mind reaches for more, another verse, another vision, something to explain or complete what just passed. But there's nothing to reach for, only this soft, untouched quiet. God doesn't rush to speak. He sits beside you, eyes closed, as if listening to the stillness itself. And finally, he opens one eye and smiles sideways. You know he says there are psalms without sound. You blink, surprised. Which ones? Psalm 131, he answers, the quietest one. He doesn't recite it aloud. Instead, the words form like water ripples across the floor. I have calmed and quieted my soul, like a weaned child with its mother. Like a weaned child is my soul within me. No metaphors, no battles, no petitions, just rested presence. There's a deep theological shift in that moment. Not all worship is expressive. Some is receptive. Some of the holiest moments in Scripture didn't involve speech at all. Elijah heard God not in the wind, the quake, or the fire, but in the still small voice. And sometimes the voice doesn't say anything. It just is. You lie back, eyes closed. The stone beneath you is warm again. The silence grows rounder, more intimate. It no longer feels like an absence of noise, but the presence of something you don't have to understand. A lesser-known spiritual tradition, recorded by a mystic named Theodora of the Caves, claimed that monks would recite Psalm 131, not aloud, but internally between breaths. It was their way of becoming the psalm, rather than speaking it. And a mystery, some scrolls leave Psalm 131 nearly untouched by footnotes or embellishment, as though even the scribes feared to handle it too much. God lies back beside you, arms folded beneath his head, like a man watching clouds. Silence is a psalm too, he says. It just takes longer to hear. 3 gentle analogies drift into your thoughts, like feathers finding a place to land. Your overthinking is a hamster wheel left spinning long after the hamster fell asleep. Your fear is a phone ringing in an empty room, urgent but unanswered. And your mind tonight, a snow globe that's finally stopped shaking, let the flakes fall. You don't try to pray. You don't try to understand. You simply exist in the sacred hush. And somehow in that hush, you feel a truth settle deep inside your chest. You don't need a verse to be loved. You don't need a word to be heard. You don't need to speak to be known. You just need to stay quiet, still. Here, the silence lingers, but this time it's filled with expectancy, like the air before dawn, not heavy with waiting, but light with promise. You feel a soft warmth beside you, not light, not fire, just presence. God speaks again, voice as hushed as the hush itself. There was one psalm, he says, that my son memorized first. You sit up slowly. You can feel it coming, not because it's loud, but because it's known. Psalm 22, he says, you don't hear it immediately. You remember it. And the first line walks into the room like a friend you forgot you missed. My God, why have you forsaken me? Your breath catches, that one you ask. God nods. He learned it before. He understood it before the cross, before the crowds, before the sandals and storms and parables. As a child, in Nazareth, whispered before sleep, you sit in stunned quiet. There's a deep theological thread here. Psalm 22 isn't just prophecy. It's a pattern, a psalm that begins with despair and ends with hope. A sacred spiral that echoes the human condition and the divine one. He reads it softly now, not the whole psalm, just pieces. The ache, the crying out, the bones out of joint, the pierced hands and feet. But then, the praise in the great assembly, the vow fulfilled before those who fear him, the future generations told of his righteousness. And then he says he whispered it to himself as a boy when he had bad dreams. He sang it once while watching lambs sleep, and he cried it out when no one stayed awake with him. You realize Jesus didn't just quote Psalm 22 from the cross. He grew up with it. It wasn't performance, it was home. A lesser-known thread of tradition preserved in early Syriac writings claims that Mary sang certain psalms to the young Jesus as lullabies. Psalm 22 was one of them, a lullaby of suffering and triumph. A strange choice, but a perfect one. And there's a scholarly mystery wrapped in that. Why would Jesus choose to quote a psalm that begins in abandonment unless he also meant to declare the rest of it? Unless he wanted to tell us even then, it doesn't end where it starts. You imagine a young Jesus' feet, too small for his father's sandals, sitting under a fig tree repeating verse 24 to himself. For he has not despised or scorned the suffering of the afflicted one. He has not hidden his face from him, but has listened to his cry for help. 3 warm metaphors settle beside you, like folded laundry in a sunlit room. Your confusion is a knot in your shoelace, slow to untangle but still a sign you've been walking. Your pain is a bruise on a violin. It hums differently, but more honestly. And your soul tonight, a pillowcase still damp from tears, tender, familiar, needed. God closes the scroll of Psalm 22 and sets it on your lap. You don't have to understand it all, he says. Just let it accompany you. And you do. Not with fear, not even with full clarity, but with something stronger company. You rise gently from where Psalm 22 settled across your lap. The air around you shimmers with something new, soft, sacred light as breath. As you walk forward, the pages of the Psalms seem to follow you, not closing, but curling like petals toward morning. And then, without fanfare, you find it a single golden feather resting on the floor. It isn't glowing. It isn't magical in the cinematic sense. It's simple, slightly curled at the tip, light enough that even your breath could lift it. But God kneels beside it like it's something royal. He picks it up, turns it gently in his hands, and then holds it toward you. You left this here, he says. You blink. When a lifetime ago, or maybe just last night, you take it. The feather is warm. He smiles. That's where you paused. You look at the floor. A scroll rests there unrolled, just enough to reveal the faint beginnings of a verse. You recognize it, though it hasn't fully revealed itself yet. Psalm 42. As the deer pants for streams of water, it shimmers like thirst itself. The golden feather is your bookmark, not in the scroll, but in your soul. A reminder of where your spirit once sighed, I want more, but I don't know what. There's a deep truth hidden here. Longing is not lack, it is direction. Your spiritual hunger is not failure, it's your soul tugging the hem of God's garment. Theological tradition holds that Psalm 42 was written during exile, not just physical displacement, but emotional dislocation. A psalm from someone who didn't feel God's closeness, but still reached. And here's a quiet curiosity in the oldest Hebrew scrolls. Some verses in Psalm 42 are split midline. Scribes believed it mirrored the writer's emotional, gasping words arriving between sobs. Scripture. With breath marks, God gently touches the golden feather. You thought you stopped here because you were tired, but really it was because this is where I wanted to meet you next. You tuck the feather between your palms. It doesn't burn, it hums. A low, steady pulse of memory and mercy. Then God chuckles. You left another one somewhere near Psalm 103, but it got picked up by a dove. You both laugh. It's a sound that feels like rest. 3 metaphors flutter in behind the feather, soft as lullabies. Your faith is a bookmark left in a book you're too sleepy to finish, but still plan to. Your hope is a paper airplane that veered off course and landed exactly where it needed to. And your heart tonight, a library book returned late, yet still welcomed back with a smile. God nods toward the scroll. You want to keep reading, he asks, already knowing. You smile. But first, you place the golden feather in the fold of the page. You may return. You may pause again. But either way, you'll never be lost. Because the one who wrote the Psalms is also the one who keeps your place. The warmth of the feather still lingers in your palm as God leads you deeper into a smaller alcove, stone-walled and candlelit, but somehow quieter than all the spaces before. The air is heavier here, not with sorrow, but with reverence, as if even time lowers its voice. You pause before a low altar carved from ancient rock. It's not grand or glowing. It's rough, humble, honest. And resting atop it, encased in glass, no thicker than breath, is something unexpected, a bone. A rib, pale weathered, and inscribed with a single line of Hebrew that pulses faintly in the candlelight. God steps beside you and whispers, "This one was never meant for scrolls." You lean in. The etched words read, "All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like you?" Psalm 35:10. Your breath catches, not from fear, but from recognition. You've felt that kind of prayer before, not in words, but in ache, in weariness, in the body. God touches the glass gently. Some psalms live in the mouth. Others, he says, are buried deep. So deep the body memorizes them when the mind cannot. Theological resonance settles in your chest like a stone in water. Your body knows more prayers than your memory ever will. That heaviness in your shoulders, that sigh you let go of without thinking, that lump in your throat when you're alone in the car. All of them. Psalms. A lesser-known spiritual curiosity appears now. Ancient Hebrew poetry often included physical metaphors, bones, breath, sinew, not to dramatize suffering, but to incarnate it. In Psalm 32, David says, "When I kept silent, my bones wasted away." In Psalm 6, "My bones are in agony." But in Psalm 35, the bones speak. God sits beside the altar, now legs crossed like a rabbi at story hour. There's a rabbinic tale, he says, about a prophet who prayed so deeply his ribcage vibrated with the verses. His bones didn't just echo the words, they kept them. You reach out and trace the etched words through the glass. You feel warmth, not pain, not even memory, just deep truth, the kind buried beneath everything else. You realize this psalm wasn't spoken to God. It was spoken by your very frame on the days you couldn't muster a whisper. God leans in and adds softly, "Even your bones remember me." 3 metaphors settle around your feet like folded blankets. Your grief is a cello string pulled tight. It aches, yes, but it's still in tune. Your resilience is a fossil with fingerprints ancient but unmistakably yours. And your spirit tonight, a skeleton key hidden beneath the welcome mat, forgotten but still fitting the lock. The rib glows gently. You step back, and something inside your chest shifts, not visibly, not even emotionally, just quietly, like your bones have exhaled. You may forget the verse, you may forget the prayer, but your body remembers, and the one who carved it does too. You step softly from the bone-lit alcove and emerge once more into the open span of the temple. The ceiling above you has lifted again, no longer dome-shaped, but endless, a sky so high and hushed, it feels like it's holding something. Clouds have gathered, not stormy, not thick, just scattered shapes drifting slowly across the stars. But then you notice these aren't ordinary clouds. They are shaped like names, not names you know, not names from books or plaques or gravestones. These are names long forgotten by the world, crooked spellings, vanished syllables, names that once rang through homes' desert tents, quiet boats now curled gently into mist above you. God joins you in the center of the hall and points upward. These are the ones no one remembered. He says, "You stare. People's souls." He says, "Who sang to me when no one else listened." Their psalms were never recorded, but heaven remembers everyone. And with those words, the sky flickers not brightly, but intimately, like a page being turned in a sacred book. One cloud slowly reshapes itself into the delicate scrawl of a name, Kephriah. You whisper it. Who was that God smiles? A widow who hummed Psalm 61 into the wind every morning. She prayed for strangers, all of them, even ones who yelled at her goats. Another cloud takes form, Naran, a child who whispered Psalm 4 before sleep every night, God says, even when he was afraid his house would burn. A truth lands quietly in your soul. No prayer is lost, even the ones never spoken aloud, even the ones forgotten by the person who prayed them. Psalm 56 begins to rise again, not shouted, not sung, just spoken gently by the clouds. You have kept count of my tossings, put my tears in your bottle. There's a curiosity here found only in the oldest scroll footnotes. Some scholars believed that clouds were once messengers of remembrance, that God stored unspoken psalms in them until they reigned over someone who needed to feel them. A theology of skybound kindness. You close your eyes and listen. The clouds overhead are not loud, but they speak. And one cloud now slowly curls into something startling: your name. Misspelled slightly. Bent at the edges, like someone long ago tried to remember you and almost got it right. God glances upward and grins. Someone once prayed for you who never knew you. Their name's up there too. 3 dreamy metaphors drift overhead like balloons. Your loneliness is a cloud that forgot it could rain, still floating. Your legacy is a breeze that keeps folding strangers' laundry. You'll never know how far it reached. And your soul tonight, a vapor trail shaped like a lullaby, visible only to those looking with love. The names begin to scatter, but not disappear. They fold back into the sky like a scroll gently rolling closed. God whispers, "You may forget, child, but I never do." Even the clouds remember. The clouds drift on, leaving behind a sky not just silent, but primordial. The stars look different here, less like constellations and more like memories that forgot to become matter. There's a weightless hush in the air now, like the pause before the first note of a symphony that hasn't yet been written. God steps ahead of you and waves his hand. A scroll appears, but it is not a scroll. It's light, moving light, shifting and weaving in the air like threads of flame, wind, breath, and memory all dancing together. These, God says, are the psalms older than language. You tilt your head. Older than Hebrew, he smiles. Older than words. These were sung by creation itself, by rivers, by stars, by atoms learning how to become trees. The scroll shifts again, and a sound pours out of it. Not music, not speech, just resonance. A tone so deep and pure, it feels like it's happening inside your cells. Your fingertips tingle. Psalm 148 appears not in letters, but in elements. Fire, hail, snow, stormy wind fulfilling his word, mountains and hills, wild beasts and creeping things. The words aren't read, they are released. You realize now psalms weren't invented, they were discovered. Long before David strummed his harp, long before scribes penned parchment, in lamplight creation had already been singing. There's an ancient mystical teaching never canonized, but whispered through generations, that says, when God said, "Let there be light," the light answered back in melody. That every act of creation included a refrain, and that refrain still echoes in the silence between seconds. And the mystery, we hear fragments of those songs in thunder, in bird call, in wind between the trees, not metaphorically. Actually, God gestures toward a nearby rock. It hums faintly. Then to the breath in your lungs, it pulses with rhythm. Then to you, you've sung these before. He says, your brows lift, in your laughter, in your breathing, in the moment you decided to keep living, even when no one clapped. The scroll glows softly now, its form shifting into shapes that don't hold meaning, only memory. And somehow your soul understands what your mind cannot. 3 metaphors settle in your chest like warm cider. Your heart is an old piano with one sticky key, imperfect, but still in tune with the cosmos. Your breath is a forgotten verse from the dawn of time, still rising with each inhale. And your soul tonight, a tuning fork struck by creation, vibrating quietly, harmonizing with eternity. The light scroll begins to fold itself back into the air. It leaves no ashes, no trace, only warmth, and a faint song humming in your bones. You've always been part of the psalm God whispers. You didn't need words. You were the worship. You turn slowly, the hum of the wordless psalm still echoing deep within your ribs. Now the temple darkens, not with shadow, but with depth. Like descending into the sea, each step feels quieter, heavier, more secret. You don't see water, but you feel submerged. Ahead is a narrow threshold. Carved above it is a symbol, a whale. But it isn't cartoonish or monstrous, it's ancient, majestic. A creature that remembers prayers buried deeper than sound. God waits by the door, smiling faintly. Let's visit a psalm that was never sung aloud. You pass through. The space beyond is curved and dark, like the hollow chamber of something once living. Walls shimmer with deep blue light, like the inside of a shell. And at the center floats a single scroll, untouched, unrolled. Sealed shut with a knot of seaweed. God approaches it reverently. This one, he whispers, Jonah wrote without writing. You raise an eyebrow. But Jonah spoke in the fish. That's in scripture. Yes, God nods, but this is the part he couldn't say. The psalm that lived only in his silence. He places a hand over the scroll. It doesn't open. It echoes. And somehow, you hear it. Not in your ears, in your stomach. In the part of you that holds dread, like a coiled anchor. Theological insight floods in like deep water. Jonah's silence was not disobedience. It was surrender. The moment when he ran out of argument and sat in his own shadow, not punished, but held. And here's a spiritual curiosity. Early Syriac Christian mystics believed Jonah composed a second psalm, unwritten, unspoken, embodied. It was said that for 3 days, Jonah's pulse beat in rhythm with God's name. Yahweh, Yahweh. No lyrics, just pulse, just surrender. God presses his palm to the scroll again and speaks softly. This is the psalm for people who've stopped praying, but haven't stopped needing me. A silence follows thick as seawater, and then a faint verse bubbles up like breath surfacing from the deep. Even if I make my bed in the depths, you are there. Psalm 139:8, not sung, not declared, just acknowledged. You feel something shift in your chest, not released but noticed. Your own silent places, the ones you've never prayed into, the ones you've been afraid would go unanswered. God turns to you and says, Jonah didn't need to speak, he just needed to stop swimming. 3 metaphors drift through your thoughts like sea creatures under moonlight. Your avoidance is a jellyfish, transparent, drifting and weirdly elegant in its denial. Your spiritual fatigue is a sunken ship, still full of treasure, just needing air. And your soul tonight, a message in a bottle, still floating toward grace, unread but still protected by the tide. God finally lets go of the scroll. It doesn't open. It doesn't need to. Its silence is the psalm. And as you walk back toward the temple light, you realize something surprising. Even Jonah, silent and stubborn, was still heard. As you return from the silence of Jonah's sea, a soft glow begins to rise ahead, not heavenly brilliance or starfire, but something warmer, homier. The kind of light that spills under a bedroom door at night. It flickers as you walk toward it, steady but low, like it's waiting just for you. You pass through a narrow arch, carved with vines, and suddenly, you're home. Not your current home. A memory of it. Or maybe something deeper. A quiet room, a woven rug, a single oil lamp flickering on a low wooden table beside a bed. And there on the bed is you. small, sleepy-eyed, clutching a blanket. Not dreaming, not afraid, just waiting, listening. God walks beside your older self now, quiet as breath smiling like someone seeing their favorite story again. "You've always been mine," he says. Even when your lamp was too small to light anything but your knees. You watch yourself as a child sitting cross-legged with a tiny book in your lap. Not a full Bible, just a page. It glows faintly with one line from Psalm 3. "I lie down and sleep. I wake again because the Lord sustains me." A tear pricks the corner of your eye and you don't know why. You don't remember this moment, but your soul does. There's a rich insight here, humming like a lullaby. Your spirit began praying long before your voice did. Faith doesn't arrive fully formed. It flickers, it forgets, it hides under blankets. But it's real even when small. God reaches toward the lamp and shields its flame from a breeze that isn't there. You held this psalm without knowing what it meant, he says, but I knew what it meant for you. A lesser-known thread in rabbinic tradition teaches that Psalm 3 was often recited by children learning to sleep alone for the first time. Some parents would place a small lamp by the bed, teaching their children to whisper the verse until their eyes closed. A psalm light. And the mystery. The verse doesn't promise no danger. It simply affirms you'll wake up again, which to a child or to anyone who's ever feared the dark is enough. You watch your younger self yawn, nod off, still holding the psalm like a toy. God chuckles gently. You used to pretend the verse had magic in it. It didn't. He grins. It had me. 3 dreamlike metaphors curl beneath the bed like sleepy pets. Your early faith is a scribbled love note passed during class, clumsy, sweet, and absolutely treasured. Your fears back then were shadow puppets on the wall, never real, but they still mattered. And your soul tonight, a nightlight that refuses to burn out even if it flickers at 2 a.m. The lamp on the bedside table dims now, not extinguished, just resting. And as your younger self exhales and turns beneath the blanket, you realize the truth: God never left that room. Not then, not now. The gentle glow of childhood fades behind you, replaced by a corridor of tall, narrow columns. The air grows cooler, not cold, but contemplative, like early morning fog that hasn't quite decided whether it's leaving or staying. At the end of the corridor sits an angel, not standing, not singing, just sitting, slumped, slightly, wings folded, close chin in hand. Tears run silently down his cheeks, glowing faintly as they fall and vanish before hitting the floor. You expect to feel sorrow. Instead, you feel recognition. God steps beside you but doesn't speak at first. He simply watches the angel with a long, tender gaze. Then softly, he's been weeping here for a long time. Not because he's lost, not because he's broken, but because sometimes the presence of deep truth is heavier than even wings can carry. You step closer. The angel looks up slowly. He's beautiful, but not intimidating. Not perfect, just present. His eyes are wide and wet, like he's been holding the weight of an entire universe's unspoken feelings. There at his feet lies an open scroll. Psalm 88, you know the one. The darkest psalm, the only one that ends without resolution. You have taken from me friend and neighbor. Darkness is my closest friend. Theological clarity strikes softly. God allowed even this psalm into the canon. A psalm with no turn. No, but I will trust you. No happy ending, just raw, honest despair. And somehow even that is holy. The angel finally speaks, voice like wet parchment. I used to weep because of the words he says, but now I don't remember why I started. The psalm just keeps stirring something I can't name. God places a hand on the angel's shoulder. You've been keeping watch for those who can't speak this aloud. You weep for the ones who bury their psalms. The angel nods once, then wipes his cheek with his sleeve, smudging a glowing trail. You ask, do all angels weep? God smiles gently. Only the ones assigned to artists, mothers, prophets, and people who hide their feelings too well. There's an apocryphal tradition found in cracked stone near Alexandria that one angel was given the task of recording all psalms never completed. Verses whispered mid-panic, stanzas forgotten mid-tears. That angel, they say, began to cry after his 10,000th unfinished verse, and never stopped. That's the mystery of Psalm 88. It stays dark, not to frighten you, but to remind you that even darkness has a place in the Psalter. Even shadows are sacred if they're honest. 3 gentle metaphors land beside the angel like tissue paper doves. Your sadness is an unsubmitted poem, still beautiful, still waiting. Your numbness is a bookmark left in a chapter you didn't finish, but the story didn't forget you. And your soul tonight, a window pane during a slow rain, quiet, reflective, and fully allowed to feel. You kneel beside the angel for a moment. No words. God says he doesn't need comfort. He is comfort for those who haven't found theirs yet. And just before you rise, the angel reaches into his robe and hands you something small. A tear, wrapped in silver thread. For later, he says, when you need to remember that even silence was witnessed. You rise from the angel's side with the silver-threaded tear still warm in your palm. The corridor ahead changes again. Columns fade, walls dissolve, and even the floor becomes uncertain. You are walking on something, but it's no longer stone or sand or memory. It is wind, soft, lifting, ever shifting. Each step is like stepping into a breath, as if the entire space has been exhaled by something divine. You pause slightly off balance, and then you see it. A scroll floats before you, hovering in the air, not held by a stand or resting on an altar, but suspended by nothing at all. And it's not made of paper or parchment. It's made of wind, not visible, not touchable, but real. You can see its shape only in the way light bends around it, the way the air hums slightly as it sways. God walks beside you, hands behind his back, like a quiet guide. This psalm, he says, wasn't written down. It was breathed. It was passed not from pen to page, but from soul to sky. You whisper, can it be read? Only if you don't try, he says. And then he smiles like a father watching a child finally float on water. The scroll unrolls not flat, but in spirals, and suddenly wind stirs around you. It doesn't blow against you, it throughs you. In it you hear the faintest syllables of Psalm 104. He makes the winds his messengers, flames of fire, his servants. But they don't arrive as lines. They arrive as sensations. A breeze on your collarbone, a whisper in your ear, a hush in your lungs that you didn't realize was prayer. Theological truth catches you gently. Not every psalm needs to be spoken. Some psalms are passed through, felt, absorbed, breathed in like incense. Not translated, inhaled. There's a mystical tradition in Jewish thought, often hidden in Kabbalistic corners, that claims God speaks in ruach, breath, wind, spirit, all the same word in Hebrew. They believed wind carried God's intention. Some even said the first psalm was not sung by David, but exhaled by the Spirit across the chaos. The mystery. No human ever wrote it down, and maybe they weren't supposed to. God steps into the current of air and lets it pass over him like water. This is the psalm I used. He says to wake you up the morning you didn't want to wake up. It slipped through the curtains and told your soul to keep going. You close your eyes and feel it now. That breeze, that unnamed comfort, that sacred sigh that came unbidden on an ordinary morning when your bones were too tired and the world too loud. You never called it Psalm 104, but it was. 3 soft metaphors float around you like dandelion seeds with nowhere urgent to land. Your breath is a love letter, written in invisible ink, seen only when the light shifts. Your prayers are paper boats on an ocean breeze unsteerable, but always reaching. And your soul tonight, a wind chime in a holy draft, making music only when you stop trying to control the air. The wind scroll begins to roll back into itself, dissolving into the space above, like a sigh returning home. You try to hold on to it, but God places a hand on your shoulder. You don't have to keep it, he says. Just breathe. So you do. And in that breath you feel a psalm you'll never remember, but will never forget. The wind fades, not gone, but folded like a blanket laid gently over the night. You move forward now without knowing exactly where your feet fall. The temple around you dissolves into softness. The pillars, the scrolls, even the stars above. They blur. It feels like dreaming, but not the kind of dream that stirs restlessness. This dream is a cradle, and in it you're not watching something happen. You're being held inside it. You look around and see your own form resting in a quiet room, a familiar room. Yours, present day, your own bed. A fan turns slowly overhead, whispering rhythm. Your hand twitches. A breath lifts your chest. A corner of your blanket has curled over your shoulder like a hug. God stands nearby, just beside the threshold of your sleep. Not distant, not passive. Watching, not to evaluate, but to guard. This, he says, is where the quietest psalm lives. You blink in the dream. Which one? He smiles, eyes soft. Psalm 4. In peace I will lie down and sleep for you alone. Lord, make me dwell in safety. The verse unfolds like moonlight, not blazing, not demanding, just there, constant, warm, invisible. There's a gentle truth here wrapped in bedtime silence. Some psalms don't live in your voice. They live in your body, not memorized, not recited, just embodied in the surrender of closing your eyes. Because to sleep is to trust that the world will keep turning without your help. God moves closer, kneeling beside your sleeping form. He places a hand just over your forehead, not touching, just near. You feel the warmth from within the dream. I tucked this psalm beneath your eyelids, he says. Every time you finally let yourself rest, it unrolls. There's a hidden gem in Hebrew tradition, rare but whispered through old commentaries, that sleep is a temporary handing over of the soul to God. And in those hours, God reads the Psalms to you, not to teach, just to be near. The mystery, most people never hear them, but their spirits remember. God gestures to the room, the fan, the pillow, the slow ticking clock, the quiet breath. All of this, he says, is liturgy. You look again at your resting self. There's no halo, no transformation, just a tired person, finally allowing themselves to trust. And that somehow is enough for the psalm to bloom. 3 dream-woven metaphors curled gently into the night. Your worries are unwashed dishes. In a dream, you'll tend to them later. Your fear is a hallway light left on comforting even when no one's walking through. And your soul tonight, a cat curled on the windowsill of heaven, safe, slow breathing, and unaware of the angels passing by. God rises eyes, never leaving your resting self. The psalm doesn't need to be finished, he says. It finishes you. And as the scene begins to fade, replaced again by the temple's gentle light, you carry with you something that cannot be written. The memory of a verse that bloomed while you slept. The temple reforms softly around you. Stone walls, flickering lamps, and high arches overhead. But now the stars outside no longer sparkle. They shimmer differently. Dimmer. Slower. Not like they've vanished, but as though they've paused to sit with you in grief. You step to the edge of the temple, where there is no railing, only an open view into the sky. It stretches wide and low, like a great blanket pulled gently over the earth. The stars don't twinkle, they ache. God walks to your side silent for a moment. Then he says, they do this when someone's sorrow finally becomes still enough to be noticed. You don't ask what he means. You know, it's the sadness you've carried, the one that lives behind your smiles, behind your resilience, behind your late night scrolling and early morning sighs. The kind you forgot how to name. God opens his hand, and Psalm 6 drifts upward, not written, not spoken, but lifted from your chest, like breath escaping a long-held sob. I am worn out from my groaning. All night long I flood my bed with weeping. But here the verse is not dramatic, it's gentle. It floats above you like incense, broken, beautiful, slow. There's a theological tenderness buried here. Lament is not lesser worship. It is not faith's failure. It is its fullness. David wept. Jesus wept. And now the stars dim their joy for a moment to hold space for yours. A soft rumble passes through the heavens, not thunder, just presence. God speaks again, almost reluctantly. There are tears you thought no one saw, but they became starlight refracted in slow motion. The universe knows what it means to ache beautifully. You close your eyes, and something drips into your open palm, a star tear. Small, cool, weightless. It doesn't burn, it lingers. There's a hidden truth whispered through some midrashim, that the stars were assigned more than light, they were assigned empathy. That when humans cry under the night sky, the stars dim themselves to ensure no tear feels alone in the dark. And the mystery. Some stars once mournful shine brighter, later resurrected joy through shared sorrow. 3 soft metaphors settle beside you like feathers on a windowsill. Your grief is a houseplant left in shade, quiet, drooping, but still alive. Your mourning is a lullaby with no chorus, still beautiful even without repetition. And your soul tonight, a violin in a closed case, resting, but still strung with song. God wraps his arm around your shoulders, not to fix you, but to stay. No answers, no pressure, just presence. The stars flicker once more, still low, still hushed. They are not waiting for you to be okay. They are simply waiting with you. And as Psalm 6 closes around you like a soft cloak, you remember the line that never left: the Lord has heard my weeping. Not stopped it, not rushed it, just heard it. And for tonight that is enough. The stars above begin to return to their gentle brightness, no longer mourning, but now quietly keeping watch. As you step back from the edge of the temple's open sky, you pass through a wooden doorway framed with olive branches and sprigs of thyme. The room within is small, familiar. It smells like warmth, like chamomile tea steeped too long and linen sun-dried on old lines. There is no scroll here, no candle, just a chair, a worn one, rocking slightly as if someone just stood up. God walks over to it, runs his fingers along the armrest with a kind of reverent affection. "She used to sit here," he says. "You don't ask who. You already know. Your grandmother." Not in a mystical, glowing apparition way, just in memory. The presence of her voice, the pattern of her hands, the sense that this room remembers her, even if your body has forgotten the details. She never preached, God says, but her prayers shook branches. You sit slowly in the chair. It creaks in the same way it always did. The fabric, worn thin, still holds the scent of soap and lavender. God kneels beside you and places something into your lap, a piece of folded cloth. You open it, and embroidered into the hem, not stitched perfectly, but with loving effort, is the verse, "The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life." Psalm 121:7. She never spoke that one aloud, God says, but she lived it into you. There's a sacred truth rising from that. Not all psalms are shared through speech. Some are passed down in the way someone folds a blanket, or puts a hand on your forehead, or sings while stirring soup. A lesser-known tradition in old Mediterranean homes, grandmothers would assign unspoken psalms to children, not with ceremony, but with action. Feeding someone while humming, that was Psalm 23. Sitting beside them in silence during grief, Psalm 34. Praying with her hands in the soil, believing life could rise again, Psalm 126. God lifts the cloth gently. She wanted you to be safe. She didn't always have the words, so she gave you verses by living them. You feel a memory bloom her hands over yours, braiding hair, buttoning a coat, holding too long, not preaching, practicing. The mystery. Maybe the greatest psalms aren't written at all, they're inherited. 3 gentle metaphors settle like flour dust in a warm kitchen. Your grief is a recipe card smudged with fingerprints, imperfect, but still nourishing. Your legacy is a quilt with uneven stitching each square, a verse no one else will sing. And your soul tonight, a photograph found in an old drawer, faded, honest, and filled with prayers spoken through presence. God folds the cloth and places it back in the chair. She would have been proud of your softness, he says, even when you didn't know you were carrying her psalms. You rise. The room doesn't say goodbye. It simply stays behind. And somehow so does she. The hallway ahead opens, not into architecture, but into something stranger. A dream ocean. You're not underwater, but everything around you moves as if you were. Light bends. The air feels thick and holy. Shadows drift like seaweed on sacred tides. In the center of this vast, shimmering space swims a creature unlike any you've seen before. Massive, gentle, old as Genesis. A great fish, its scales glimmering like ink in moonlight, its movements unhurried, as though time itself yields to its rhythm. God gestures toward it, almost laughing. This one still remembers Jonah. You watch as the fish exhales, and in its breath, bubbles rising in slow spirals are psalms. Not full verses, just fragments, whispers, like sea foam-shaped syllables. God crouches beside the edge of the pool that holds this living wonder. They say fish don't have voices, but that's not true. They just breathe their psalms instead of singing them. And here in this place you feel the truth of that Psalm 104 echoing in watery echoes. There is the sea, vast and spacious, and there go the ships and Leviathan which you formed to frolic there. You stare at the fish and sense something wild. Creation worships in ways humans forget how to. No performance, no grammar, just existence as doxology. And a curious tradition rare and debated among scholars speaks of Leviathan not as monster, but as choir. The Talmud hints that this creature sings to God once every 1,000 years, not a song of language, a song of lungs, a breath that fills the sea and stirs heaven. God adds even, the breath of the fish that swallowed Jonah carried psalms. Jonah may have spoken a prayer, but the fish carried the music. You step closer, and the fish turns toward you. Its eye is vast and slow blinking like a planet with memory. And in that eye you see something unexpected, yourself. Adrift, silent, still breathing. God touches your shoulder. There are psalms inside you too, ones you've never voiced, ones too deep for words. But I've heard them in your lungs. 3 slow metaphors rise like coral from the ocean floor. Your anxiety is a school of fish, darting from shadow to shadow, startling but never far from light. Your grief is a tide pool briny, still holding more life than anyone guesses. And your soul tonight, a whale song heard through fathoms, strange, aching, and unmistakably real. The fish exhales again. Another spiral of psalm breath bubbles up. You don't need to read it, you know it. It's the prayer you never dared to name. And then the great creature swims away, not vanishing, just disappearing into distance, like a verse finishing its last line beneath the waves. God smiles, hands in his pockets. Even silence prays, even lungs sing. You've always been part of the ocean's psalm. The watery light fades, and your steps return to firm ground, though it feels anything but ordinary. This floor doesn't echo, it hums. Every step you take is cushioned with reverence, like walking across the spine of a sleeping universe. You look down. Beneath your feet, the stone is pearl-colored, smooth, luminous, softly radiant like moonlight filtered through silk. But it's not plain. Each tile bears a verse, not painted, not etched, carved, deep and clean as if written by wind made solid. God gestures ahead. This is the foundation, he says, where the Psalms live even when no one reads them. You kneel, hand brushing over one of the stones. Psalm 23, each word so carefully shaped that your fingers can feel the breath between them. The Lord is my shepherd. The phrase warms your palm. Another step. Psalm 91. He will cover you with his feathers, and the stone itself feels softer, as if responding to the truth within it. There's a powerful theological insight pressing up through your souls. God's word is not just read, it is dwelt within. The Psalms don't just describe sacred ground, they become it. God watches you with calm delight, like a parent seeing their child finally recognize the floor beneath them was a gift all along. You've been walking on these for years, he says. Every time you made a kind choice, every time you whispered truth, even when no one heard. These psalms didn't need to be quoted. You stepped them into the world. There's a Jewish belief, rare but beautiful, that the temple of heaven is not built of gold, but of holy utterance. That every genuine psalm spoken in trust becomes a tile beneath someone's spiritual feet, lifting them even when they don't feel worthy to stand. And a mystery lingers. Some verses carved into this floor aren't in any earthly text. God whispers, those are from people who didn't know they were praying. You walk further, Psalm 34. Taste and see that the Lord is good. The tile beneath it carries a faint scent. Warm bread, maybe. Memory, welcome. Psalm 42. Deep calls to deep. That stone echoes faintly. Your chest responds. And Psalm 100. enter his gates with thanksgiving. The tile pulses when you touch it, as if joy has weight here. 3 sacred metaphors trace around your heels like candlelight. Your obedience is a stepping stone carved from yeses. No one noticed. Your questions are footprints in fresh clay, doubting, wandering, but still in holy rhythm. And your soul tonight, a bare foot on a living floor, tender seen and exactly where it needs to be. God stops and kneels, brushing dust off one particular tile. It bears your name. No verse beside it yet. This one's yours, he says. Still being written. But don't worry. He smiles. You're walking it well. You turn from the carved floor reverence, still tingling through your feet, but now the air changes. Grows lighter, less cathedral, more campfire, less incense, more orange zest and honey. Somewhere nearby you hear it, laughter. Soft at first, then clearer. Bubbling, echoing through arched stone like a child running barefoot down a hall of angels. And you're not startled, you're relieved. The seriousness breaks like morning mist. God glances sideways with a grin. Ah, he's back. You follow the sound until you reach a courtyard bathed in a golden sunset. Sitting cross-legged in the dirt, robe, wrinkled hair, tousled, is a man with dust on his knees and ink on his hands. He's laughing, alone but not lonely. A clay jar rests beside him. A half-written scroll is balanced across his lap. His shoulders shake gently with joy that doesn't need an audience. God calls out, "Show them your favorite." The man looks up, wipes his eyes, and beams at you. Psalm 126, he says, "It gets me every time." He lifts the scroll and reads, "When the Lord restored the fortunes of Zion, we were like those who dreamed. Our mouths were filled with laughter, our tongues with songs of joy." And then he laughs again, not because the line is funny, but because truth, when it finally arrives, always makes joy crack open. There's a divine insight resting in that smile. Laughter is a psalm too. Not silliness, not mockery, but laughter as resurrection, the kind that rises from long sorrow and says, "I can't believe this joy came back." The man sets the scroll down. "You know what people forget," he says. "That joy is more disorienting than grief. You mourn for weeks. Then suddenly, a bird sings funnier than it should, and you're laughing alone like a lunatic." God chuckles. Some of my best psalms started as chuckles, a little-known tradition among wandering psalmists. Joy psalms were sometimes written backwards, or with deliberate poetic stumbles, to preserve the feeling of tripping into grace. They believed the rhythm of laughter helped carry truths the tongue was too stunned to hold. You sit with them now, warmth rising from the stone beneath you. No revelation, no vision, just the sacred satisfaction of a moment where nothing aches. 3 warm metaphors lean against your shoulder like friendly elbows. Your faith is a teacup with a chip, still holding joy, still perfectly yours. Your grief is a joke told too soon, awkward, honest healing anyway. And your soul tonight, a dinner table mid-laughter, messy loved eternal. The man wipes his eyes again. You'll laugh one day, you know, from your belly, at something tiny and absurd, and that laugh will finish the psalm you didn't know you were writing. You believe him, and as the courtyard grows quieter, you realize joy doesn't cancel sorrow. It completes it. The courtyard fades like a memory, well laughed, its golden warmth, lingering even as the scene begins to shift. The air grows thinner now, not cold, but clear, like the peak of a high mountain or the moment before a candle is lit. You walk slowly, reverently, until you arrive in a place with no pillars, no sky, no walls, only light. And within the light, a song. It's not playing, it's happening. The sound doesn't have a melody exactly, and yet it carries perfect rhythm. No instruments, no language, just a pulse, a radiance, something older than stars, older than breath, older than thought. God stands beside you, bathed in the same sound. This, he says, is the first psalm, the one I sang to myself. You glance toward him, unable to speak, but your heart understands what words cannot hold. The song didn't come after creation, it was creation. I didn't begin with thunder, God says. I began with wonder. And this song, this psalm, was the thread I wove the world upon. The light around you pulses once more, and you begin to recognize not lyrics, but feelings. Awe, delight, gentleness, joy so quiet it has no opposite. Psalm 90 floats through the light, not recited, not read, just known. Before the mountains were born, or you brought forth the whole world from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. The theological insight lands like a kiss on your forehead. Worship is not our invention, it is our inheritance. We don't create songs for God, we remember them. And here's a holy curiosity. In ancient apocryphal writings, some mystics believed the first sound in creation was not light or word, but song. They called it Tehillah Harishon, the original praise. Not heard by human ears, only felt by the newborn universe, like a lullaby sung to the womb of nothingness. God steps into the center of the light and holds out his hands. From them the notes continue to rise, not sharp or flat, but whole. This is the psalm I sang while forming the soul of every creature, including yours. You step into the music now. You don't move through it, it moves through you. Every cell remembers something ancient, a softness, a sacredness, a name not spoken, but sung into being. And then it comes to you in a strange metaphor, not thought, but knowing your soul is not a sentence, it's a note. A single holy note sung by God in the first psalm, and still resonating across all time. 3 breath-light metaphors float through the golden quiet, like the opening bars of a forever song. Your existence is the hum beneath all silence, quiet, steady, irreplaceable. Your weariness is a pause in a symphony, not the end, just the breath, before crescendo. And your soul tonight, a note still ringing from the first psalm, never fading, just resting in the echo. God turns to you one last time before the light dims. You didn't start singing when you were born, he says. You started when I did. And with that you carry the first psalm forward, not in memory but in your very being. The golden light recedes like tide from a calm shore, not vanishing, but folding itself lovingly into the corners of your soul. You find yourself standing again in the temple, though now it feels larger. Not because the walls have moved, but because you have. You carry more than when you arrived. More silence, more music, more you. God stands quietly beside you, hands loosely clasped, eyes watching something far beyond the temple's arches. You follow his gaze and you see it. A scroll, enormous, rolled from horizon to horizon, made not of paper, but of time itself. You can see its lines etched in moonlight and memory, and they stretch forward unfinished. You blink. This one, God begins softly, is still being written. You approach reverently. The scroll responds, not unrolling, but breathing. You can feel it rise and fall with the collective prayers, cries, joys, and silences of every soul still alive, still wondering, still walking toward something holy. You look for a title. There is none. That's because it never ends. He says, it doesn't need a title. It is the title. You search the text and find fragments of familiar psalms, but they twist, melt, reshape into phrases you've never seen. Some verses are just sighs, some only names, some read like diary entries never shared. You are near in my tiredness. I wept without knowing why, and you wept with me. I forgot how to pray, and you remembered for me. The insight blooms slow and eternal. The Psalms aren't a closed book. They're a living river, a sacred conversation that never resolves, because love doesn't need resolution, just continuation. You turn to God. Who writes it now? He smiles deeply. You do. Every time you feel, every time you forgive, every time you decide one more day to hope. There's a whispered teaching among some monastics that every soul is assigned one verse in the eternal psalm. Not to recite, but to become. Some never find the words, some never need to. The mystery is that the verse writes itself through the person's existence, through the way they treat the vulnerable, the way they rest, the way they laugh or hold silence. God reaches into the scroll and plucks a blank fragment, not inked, not titled. He offers it to you. This one's yours, he says. You stare. I don't know what to write. He shrugs kindly. You already are. 3 eternal metaphors drift upward like incense that never settles. Your breath is the punctuation of heaven, pausing the sacred sentence just long enough to be noticed. Your kindness is a stanza folded into sunrise brief, but remembered by the light. And your soul, tonight, an unfinished line in God's favorite poem, waiting, living exactly enough. The scroll breathes once more, absorbing your presence, not recording, but welcoming. Your verse will take form, not here, not now, but in the days ahead. Each heartbeat, each step, each moment you choose compassion over fear. God leans beside you, speaking not into your ear, but into your spirit. You're part of something infinite, and you always have been. And with that, the psalm continues, not with music, not with ink, but with you. As the eternal scroll gently fades from view, still breathing, still unwritten, you find yourself drawn toward the far edge of the temple. A narrow arch leads into a small side chamber, quiet and dim. There's no gold here, no divine glow, just stillness, and the faint sound of someone speaking, not shouting, not reading, just speaking. You step closer. A voice echoes softly from within. It's not God's this time. It's not your own either. It's the voice of someone you once loved, not someone holy, not a prophet, just someone real, someone human. They may be gone now, or maybe they've drifted out of your daily life, but their voice lives here, whispering something familiar. You move into the room. There on a stone bench sits a recording stone, an old one worn with use. It hums slightly, glowing with memory. God leans against the wall, arms crossed, smiling with quiet affection. This is where I keep the psalms spoken by people who didn't know they were singing. You listen. The voice is telling a story, a simple one, a day when you were younger. Maybe you'd forgotten it completely, but their words wrap around your heart like a scarf you didn't know you missed. You were so small. You looked up at me like I held the sky. I didn't know what to say, so I just said, "You're okay. I'm right here." And suddenly you hear it. That was a psalm, not numbered, not written, but felt, and it formed you. God kneels by the stone. Some of my favorite psalms were spoken in kitchens, on porches, in hospital rooms, in cars late at night when no one knew what to say, but tried anyway. There's a little-known thread in Aramaic oral tradition, the idea that God doesn't only collect psalms from the faithful, but from the trying. That sometimes a phrase as simple as, "Don't worry, I'll stay until you fall asleep," is holy enough to echo in heaven. The voice on the stone pauses. Then it says quietly, "I didn't always know how to love you well, but I prayed for you in my own way. I hope that was enough." Theological insight slides into your chest. Like warm water, God weaves the unsung into the sacred. And those who tried, who loved imperfectly, but consistently, are psalmists in their own right. 3 tender metaphors settle around you, like folded sweaters on a rainy day. Their love was a candle with no label burning anyway. Their care was a garden grown from broken seed packets still blooming. And your soul tonight, a voice memo saved from years ago, still playing, still sacred, still real. God watches you, eyes soft. You've heard many psalms tonight, but this one he nods toward the voice. This one is why you were able to listen at all. You leave the room slowly, not closing the door. The voice fades, but its warmth stays behind your ribs. And now you carry another truth. Some psalms were given to you before you ever had the words to receive them. You step out of the quiet chamber and into a corridor that seems older than all the others. Dust coats the stones here, and ivy winds up the corners like it's been gently reclaiming this space for centuries. No incense burns, no choirs echo. And yet, there's presence. God walks ahead, fingers trailing along the wall as if searching for something. This part of the temple, he says, holds what was misplaced. You raise an eyebrow. You lose psalms. He smiles. Not me, but you do. And when you forget them, I keep them safe here. You follow him to a low wooden door. It creaks as it opens, revealing a room not of splendor, but of storage, like an attic in heaven. Stacks of notes, half-written verses, prayer journals with stained pages, children's drawings of God with stick figure wings, crumpled letters never sent, receipts with verses scribbled on the back. This, he says, sweeping his arm across the room, is where the forgotten psalms go. You walk among them astonished. Some are old. Some still smell like campfires, like tears, like hospitals. Some glow faintly. Others are just quiet. And then your fingers brush a page. Familiar. Your handwriting. A line from years ago. Maybe written in a moment of deep feeling, then quickly lost in the shuffle of moving houses or changing phones. You read it again, I think. You're still here, even if I'm not sure what I believe right now. You exhale. It's not elegant. It's not King David. But it's true. The insight swells gently within you. A psalm isn't sacred because it's remembered. It's sacred because it was real. And nothing real is ever lost to God. A lesser-known rabbinic belief says that the temple contains a shadow archive, a place where intention is preserved. Even the prayers people meant to pray, but didn't. The thoughts interrupted by exhaustion. The hopes whispered during chores and then forgotten. These become fragments of holy text stored like seeds. God kneels and picks up a torn envelope. This one, he says softly, was written by a man who never told me he forgave me. But this note, he opens it, revealing a coffee stain and one crooked sentence. Thanks for not giving up on me. God folds it gently and presses it to his heart. 3 dusty metaphors stir the room like breath through attic rafters. Your unfinished prayers are cassette tapes wound halfway waiting to be heard again. Your doubts are bookmarked, pages left open, not abandoned. And your soul tonight, a forgotten drawer in God's study, never locked, never discarded, always known. God leads you back toward the door, but you hesitate. Can I take one with me? He nods, hands you a folded slip of parchment. On it is no verse, just a soft imprint. You're still my psalm, even when you forget your own melody. And as the door closes behind you, you feel something stir deep in your chest. Not memory, belonging. The hallway beyond the archive grows dim again, not with sorrow, but with stillness. A hush falls like snow. Every step feels softer. The walls lean in narrower now, like the folds of a giant robe wrapping around you. And at the very end of the passage, a single door, closed. Unlike the others you've passed, this one has no handle, no hinge. Just smooth aged wood veined with silver. God approaches it slowly, hands in his sleeves like a patient monk. This is the room many never enter. He says, you tilt your head. Why? Because it feels like I'm not on the other side. A breath catches in your throat. You know this door. You've stood before it on nights when prayers returned unanswered, when hope felt mechanical, when silence pressed too long and too deep. You remember whispering things like, are you even listening? The room behind this door is not locked. But it doesn't open quickly. Not out of cruelty, but because some psalms take longer to bloom. God places a palm flat against it. This is where the psalm of absence lives. You flinch, and then you understand. Psalm 13. How long, Lord, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me? Not a psalm of rage, not even of despair. A psalm of waiting. There's an ancient rabbinic debate buried in parchment. Did David compose Psalm 13 in a cave? Or in his palace, when the silence of God was louder than the crowd? The mystery isn't where he wrote it. It's how he kept writing at all. You place your hand beside God's on the door. It's warm, not open, but warm. He whispers, faith isn't always trust in my presence. Sometimes it's just the willingness to stay near the door. Theology eases into your chest like a soft cloak. Silence is not abandonment. It's the other half of the conversation. Sometimes God steps back not to disappear, but to let your soul find its own voice. 3 reverent metaphors settle on the doorframe like folded prayers. Your silence is a garden planted in winter, waiting for what you can't yet see. Your confusion is a hallway with no light switches still leading somewhere. And your soul, tonight, a closed door with your name on it. Honored, watched, never forgotten. You lean gently into the wood, not to force it open, just to rest against it, to say I'm still here. And in that moment, a sound, a hum, maybe, a warmth, not a voice, not an answer, but a pulse. You're not alone. God places his hand on your back. This psalm isn't finished, he says, but neither are you. And as you turn to walk away, the door does not open, but it glows, softly, steadily, like something alive, waiting. You walk in silence now, deeper into the temple's quiet heart. The echoes of earlier laughter, the music of stars, the breath of whales they've softened into still memory. You're not sad, you're not ecstatic. You are aware of presence, aware of absence, aware that both can be holy. You reach a chamber smaller than any so far. It feels like a waiting room from another world. Round, windowless. One lamp flickers overhead, casting a golden glow on the one thing in the center. An empty chair. God stands beside you, silent for a long while. Then he speaks barely above a whisper. This is the seat I always leave open. You step closer. It's plain wood, uncarved, not a throne, not gilded, just open. Waiting. For who, you ask? For the one who hasn't come yet. For the one who thinks they're not ready. For the one who still thinks they're too broken. You stare at the chair, and something inside your chest tugs sharply. You've seen this chair before. In your memories, at a holiday table where someone was missing. At a church pew left untouched after the funeral. In your own room where you sat beside it and hoped for a conversation that never came. And now the insight drifts in like warm smoke. Even in heaven there is a place prepared for the not yet arrived. Psalm 139 flickers through the room. If I make my bed in Sheol, you are there, even in darkness, even in delay. God waits. You glance back at him. Do you wait often? All the time, he says with no sadness, but not passively. I wait like a parent at the window, like bread rising, like sunrise deciding when to begin. A lesser-known belief in mystical Jewish thought says that God keeps one chair perpetually empty, not for himself, but for the soul still finding its way. It's a symbol of patience so profound even angels don't sit there. 3 metaphors settle gently on the arms of the chair, like old shawls. The empty chair is a love letter with no stamp, still held still full of hope. The empty chair is a dinner plate set out for someone who might still come. And your soul tonight. The echo of an invitation never rescinded, never rushed. You dare to ask, have I ever sat there? God tilts his head thoughtful, not with your body, but your spirit many times, when you were too tired to pray, when you showed up anyway, when you didn't feel worthy but you stayed a while. He smiles. You sat there every time you showed up in silence, and I was beside you. You sit now not in the empty chair, but across from it. You watch it. You remember others who never believed they belonged in a sacred place. And you feel it now, their ache, their hesitance, their invisible hope. So you whisper something on their behalf. A psalm, perhaps. One not yet written. One that simply says, there's a place for you. There's still time. You are not too late. And somewhere someone's spirit hears it. The room with the empty chair fades behind you, not in sorrow, but with quiet reverence. As you walk on the walls of the temple, shift once more. Not grand now, more like a home. Stone becomes plaster, lamps become windows letting in dawn. A gentle breeze moves through unseen cracks. This is not a place of prophecy. This is a place of memory. You walk through a doorway and into a space that feels impossibly familiar. You can't name it, but your body relaxes without permission. The scent, warm bread, citrus, old paper hugs you. And on the table before you sits a book, not the Psalms. Your book, not one you've published, not one you ever wrote, but one you've lived. God enters behind you and nods. This, he says, is where the psalm, you forgot lives. You hesitate. I don't remember writing any psalm, you say quietly. He smiles. You didn't need a pen. You lived it. And I've kept it. You open the book. The pages are filled with sentences you once thought, moments you almost prayed, kindnesses you offered without realizing. Small choices, forgotten aches, the time you comforted a stranger, the day you forgave without being asked, the late night you whispered, I'll try again tomorrow. You bless the path I cannot see, one line says. You cradle the silence between my words, says another. They're your psalms, not eloquent, not polished, but true. A sacred insight pours over you like warm oil. The psalms were never about performance. They were about presence. God was never waiting for you to speak perfectly. He was just listening for you to be honest. In certain mystic circles, there's a belief that every soul has a divine song embedded in its being. Not taught, not learned, just remembered. It's said that when we live from love, the song slowly returns. God closes the book gently and speaks. Sometimes you read my word. Sometimes my word reads you. You sit at the table, breath steady, and you remember the day you cried in your car and didn't know why. The time you forgave someone who never knew you were angry. The way you once chose wonder when cynicism felt easier. All psalms, all here. 3 remembering metaphors gather like morning light across the table. Your soul is a song hummed before language, ancient and still humming now. Your journey is a breadcrumb trail of grace, scattered across ordinary hours. And your soul tonight, a bookshelf in God's study, dusted by angels, opened at exactly the right page. God pours you a cup of tea, yes, tea, and places it beside your book. You've remembered enough for now, he says. Let the rest return when your heart is ready. And you feel it, you've always known this psalm. It was never lost, only waiting for you to sit still long enough to hear it again. The table fades, but the warmth lingers on your fingertips. You rise, walking slowly through a hallway, now lit by narrow windows. Outside, not heaven, not earth, just in between. A twilight place of stillness. And then you hear it. A sob. You pause. It's not loud, not dramatic. Just one of those tears that escapes before the person realizes they've begun crying. You follow the sound down a narrow passage into a quiet alcove where someone sits, hunched their back to you, shoulders trembling. You don't recognize them, and yet you do, because you've cried that way. You've been that person. God is already beside them, not fixing, just present. One hand gently on their back. No words. You step closer. The person never looks up, but the air around them shifts. The weeping slows. Not because the pain is gone, but because it's shared now. Then gently, as if floating up from the ground, comes a psalm. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. Psalm 56:8. But it's not recited. It's felt like the verse itself is gathering each tear and placing it gently into the hands of the one who never forgets grief. A sacred insight fills your chest. Sometimes the most powerful psalms are not the ones we say, but the ones we hold for someone else. The person in the alcove may never write a song, never utter a prayer, but you see them, and your seeing becomes part of the psalm. There's a whispered apocryphal tradition among desert monastics that when 2 people silently grieve beside one another, an angel copies their shared sorrow into heaven's hymnal. Not as lament, but as worship. God turns to you, voice low. They don't know I'm this close, he says, but your presence helps them feel it. You sit down across from the figure, still not speaking, just breathing with them. 1 minute, then 5, then longer. Eventually the trembling quiets, not because the sorrow is resolved, but because the psalm has been held. 3 gentle metaphors gather in the hush, like candle wax cooling on stone. Your compassion is a tissue passed across eternity, silent, soft enough. Your empathy is a psalm hummed without melody, resonating anyway. And your soul tonight, a silent choir, not singing, just being, and therefore holy. The figure finally stands and walks past you, never speaking. But as they leave, a single tear falls to the ground and blooms into a flower. God kneels, touches it gently, and smiles. No tear wasted, no sorrow unseen, no psalm unwritten. And then he whispers more to himself than to you. Some of my favorite verses were carried by others. You rise carrying the echo of someone else's ache, and knowing now that you helped turn it into sacred song. The temple begins to shift again, not dramatically but softly, like a room changing shape in a dream. Walls blur, doorways stretch, light flickers in slower rhythms. Your eyelids feel heavy, though you're not tired. You're ready. God stands nearby, quieter now. Not distant, just gentle like a parent, lowering their voice so a child might drift to rest. This next psalm, he says, you've never read aloud, because it only arrives when you sleep. You blink slowly. You mean dreams. He smiles, not quite, deeper than that. The place between forgetting and becoming. You're led into a chamber so still that your breath feels like a hymn. The air is warm, perfumed faintly with myrrh and cedar. At the center lies a bed, not ornate, not grand, just inviting. The sheets are cloud-colored, the pillow slightly indented, as if heaven has already waited long enough. Psalm 4 gently settles in the air like soft snow. In peace, I will lie down and sleep, for you alone. Lord, make me dwell in safety. You lie down, and as your body eases into the quiet, your soul begins to remember what it never learned in waking life. Some psalms are only whispered when your defenses are down. God sits beside the bed, not overbearing, not watching like a guard, but present like a fire at the end of a long winter walk. He hums, not a tune you recognize, but your body does. Your heart responds in pulses, each heartbeat a line of the psalm. In certain ancient mystic traditions, sleep was believed to be a nightly ascent to the edge of God's sanctuary, where souls were whispered truths too tender for daylight. Some returned with dreams, others with only peace. God leans in. You've heard me before in dreams you didn't understand. A voice calling your name, a place you long to stay in, that warmth you woke up carrying with no reason at all. He brushes a strand of thought from your brow, as one might brush hair. And sometimes he adds, I spoke to someone else through your sleeping spirit. You've been a psalm in their dreams too. 3 sleep-soft metaphors descend like a blanket over your chest. Your breath is a lullaby, written in silence, sacred, because it keeps happening. Your dreams are stained glass, psalms, fragile, beautiful, half-remembered but still holy. And your soul tonight, a cradle in God's arms, rocked not by answers, but by presence. As your body sinks further into stillness, the last thing you hear is not a voice, but a feeling you are safe. Not because nothing hurts, not because everything is fixed, but because you are held. And from that place the psalm continues, not spoken, not written, just dreamed. You're not sure how long you've been lying there. Sleep feels like a garden you've walked through without shoes, each step quiet, cooled by moonlight. But now somewhere between sleep and waking, something stirs. A presence. You open your eyes not abruptly, but as one does when they already know someone is near. And you see him, a figure at the foot of your bed, not menacing, not angelic, just familiar. Their robes dusted with starlight, face weathered, but kind eyes bright with some secret joy. You sit up slowly. God is no longer beside you, at least not visibly. But this visitor radiates something unmistakably divine. Don't be afraid, the figure says, voice like sand and violin. I've come to share a psalm you forgot you were part of. You watch as he pulls from his sleeve a folded piece of parchment. Old, torn, smudged with fingerprints and what looks like ash. This one, he says softly, was carried by a man in chains. He wept it beneath the floorboards of a jail. It never made it into the book. He hands it to you. You read, Even if I sing in darkness, even if no one hears, your silence still echoes with mercy, and I am not abandoned. You blink, a strange heat prickles behind your eyes. Who wrote it, you ask? The figure smiles. Maybe you did. Maybe someone you've never met. Maybe you're just meant to finish it. And then a sacred knowing rests quietly in your chest. You've always been part of a psalm that passes from hand to hand, soul to soul. Some verses are sung. Some are delivered through dreams, through kindness, through unexpected midnight visitors. A curious tale exists in a nearly forgotten Christian text that in the hours before dawn, God sends messengers, not angels, not prophets, just faithful souls to carry fragments of unwritten psalms to those too weary to dream them on their own. The visitor stands. You've heard many lines tonight, but the ones meant for you will linger. You'll wake with them, and if you forget, don't worry, they'll find you again. 3 midnight metaphors move like candlelight across the room's quiet edges. Your doubts are letters mailed at midnight, answered not with ink, but with dreams. Your longings are psalms, left unfinished, waiting for the next soul to hold the pen. And your soul tonight, a porch light in the fog, still burning, still expected, still loved. As the visitor walks toward the doorway, he pauses and glances back. You've helped carry someone else's psalm, even when you didn't know it. How you whisper. He nods to your hands. They're stained with ash. That means you've held sorrow. And that means your grip is gentle enough to carry hope. He disappears without a sound. You lie back down. And somewhere just outside the edge of your mind, a new verse begins to write itself. You wake, or rather surface, from a kind of sleep that feels older than time. The air is soft, almost damp, like mist from a waterfall that never dries. You sit up slowly. Everything has changed again. Now you are outside. The stars above you shine like ancient prayers, distant but attentive. Below your feet, a slow-moving river winds across silver sand, its surface so smooth it reflects not just the sky, but something deeper. God stands beside the water, barefoot robe soaked to the hem. He looks at you with a calm that can only come from watching centuries breathe in and out like waves. You've heard the psalms from the heights, he says. Now listen to the one from below. He gestures to the river. You step toward it carefully, your toes kissing the edge of eternity. And then you hear it. Not a song, not a voice, a pulse. The river hums not audibly, but in your chest, in the softest bones of your spirit. You kneel, your hands reach into the water, and instead of cold, you feel something true. Psalm 77 ripples through you. Your path led through the sea, your way through the mighty waters, though your footprints were not seen. You understand now. This is not the psalm of celebration, not of firelight or dreams. This is the psalm of survival. The psalm beneath the surface, sung by those who passed through storm and salt and shadow and didn't drown. A rare midrash once suggested that when the Red Sea parted, every Israelite walked through a different corridor of water, custom split to match their fear, their strength, their story. That the path beneath the waves was personal. God kneels beside you, now hands cupped in the river. These are the psalms that only rise when you've gone too deep to breathe and found I was already waiting there. You remember the nights you wept with your face in your hands, the days you smiled when no part of you felt joyful, the quiet meals eaten alone, the decisions to keep going, all psalms beneath the river. 3 fluid metaphors glide like minnows across the water's edge. Your pain is a pearl grown in darkness, hidden but precious in heaven's hands. Your courage is a ripple made by staying still when escape would have been easier. And your soul tonight, a riverbed psalm, unread by many, but deeply known by God. God reaches into the current and pulls up a single stone, wet, smooth, inscribed, not with words, but with weight. He hands it to you. This is the verse you carried, he says, even when you forgot its name. You hold it. It's heavier than it looks, but not too heavy. You whisper, "What do I do with it?" God smiles. You keep it. You name it if you wish. Or simply remember, it is your psalm. And I heard it. The river continues. The stars remain. And you still kneeling know you are not the only one who has walked through the waters. But tonight, you are the only one who knows what song waited beneath them. You rise slowly from the river's edge, stone still warm in your palm. The sky above deepens to a richer indigo, and the stars, though still distant, seem to lean a little closer, as if they too are listening. Up ahead, a soft golden flicker beckons from within a grove of myrtle and olive trees. Their leaves shimmer faintly, not from wind, but from memory. You walk into the clearing. There, sitting against the trunk of a crooked olive, is an angel. Wings folded, head bowed. A strip of linen wraps one shoulder like an old bandage. Their eyes are closed, and their breath comes slow, not sleeping, just healing. You pause, unsure whether to approach. God appears beside you, kneeling near the angel, with the gentleness of an artist tending cracked pottery. Not all messengers go unscathed, he says quietly. Some carry the wounds of the people they were sent to protect. The angel opens one eye and smiles faintly. We're not immune to the cost of compassion. You sit beside them, and slowly the angel begins to recite, not from a scroll, but from within. I waited in silence, while they broke and still bore their name into heaven. It's not a canon psalm, not numbered, not memorized. It's the psalm of the intercessors, the ones who stand between, the ones who see pain and cannot erase it, but also will not look away. You feel the air shift, not heavier, just more honest. A forgotten tradition in early Christian mysticism claimed that certain angels are assigned not to nations or churches, but to individual moments of heartbreak. They do not speak, they simply witness and carry what cannot yet be carried by the soul itself. Theological insight eases into your spirit like warm wine. Heaven is not untouched by our ache. God's realm is not glass, it is skin, and it bruises alongside us. The angel lifts a hand palm glowing faintly with golden residue. When they cried out, they whisper, I did not answer, but I felt it. Every note. You close your eyes, and somehow you remember a moment from long ago when you felt completely alone. No miracle came, no sign arrived. But now you know, you were not unseen. 3 gentle metaphors flutter, like down feathers around the clearing. Your grief is a wound, the angels remember, by hearts softened, but never dismissed. Your prayers are arrows they pierce, even heaven's oldest veil. And your soul tonight, a shoulder that once leaned on unseen wings and now stands taller for it. The angel leans back against the tree. They are not in pain, just tired. But even so, they speak one final line. You carried more than you were built to bear. And still you didn't close your heart. That is psalm enough. God places his hand on your shoulder, not to guide you away, just to let you know the angel was yours. And they're still here. You leave the clearing with the stone still in your pocket, the angel's presence resting gently on your back, like the last light of a setting sun. The path narrows again, and trees draw close branches, interlacing overhead like clasped fingers in prayer. Then you smell it. Earth, sweet, damp, ancient. You step into a garden, not Eden, not ornamental. A humble place. Terraced rows, wild herbs spilling over broken clay borders. Vines curling around trellises made from old wood. This is not a curated garden. This is a lived-in one. God walks among the rows, gently brushing past stalks of rosemary and fig. This is where the Psalms grow, he says. You raise an eyebrow. Literally, he kneels, fingers digging gently into the soil. Not words, he smiles. Roots. He pulls something from the ground, not a scroll, not parchment, but a bulb. Dirty, unassuming. Then he wipes it gently with the hem of his robe. A verse is carved into its surface. Unless a seed falls to the earth and dies, your breath catches, not because it's new, but because it's true. You kneel beside him, hands resting in the soil. It's still warm, still breathing. He continues softly. Many psalms are not written with ink. They are buried, hidden, waiting. You understand immediately. The decisions no one saw, the growth no one applauded, the surrender that looked like failure. Each moment of quiet transformation was a psalm in the making. There's an old rabbinic teaching that when the Messiah comes, he will not stand on a mountaintop, but in a garden where every seed ever planted in secret will bloom at once. Not with grandeur, but with recognition. God hands you a trowel. You don't ask what to dig for, you just know. And so you begin to dig. What you find is not gold, not relics. You find yourself. Fragments of days when you chose grace instead of retaliation. Mornings when you rose, even though your heart begged to stay down. That one moment you let go of being right and loved instead. 3 earthen metaphors grow gently around you like ivy on old stone. Your silence was a seed. It split, not to die, but to begin. Your surrender was compost, messy, rich, sacred. And your soul tonight, a garden psalm not sung aloud, but harvested in time. God gently lifts a sprouting fig leaf and tucks it behind your ear. You didn't lose time, he says. You were rooting. You sit back in the soil, hands dirt-stained, heartbeat slow. I don't remember planting most of this, you admit. God chuckles. Most farmers don't. But the earth remembers, and I never forgot. And just then, from somewhere deeper in the garden, you hear it. A rustle, a bloom, a psalm breaking through the soil. And you know it was yours. The garden lingers behind you like the scent of basil on your fingertips. As you walk onward, the path widens again, curving through open space, now soft hills under a canopy of low twilight. A breeze moves through tall grass, and the hush is not emptiness, it's expectation. Ahead sits a bench, worn, smooth with age, and on it someone is already there. Not God, not an angel, just someone, human. They look up as you approach, and you recognize them instantly, not by name, but by ache. Their eyes are the color of early grief. Their shoulders carry the same kind of invisible fatigue you've known in your loneliest seasons. You sit beside them. No greeting, no pressure, just presence. Minutes pass, maybe more. Then without turning, the person speaks. I don't know how to pray anymore. Your throat tightens. You remember saying those words once, maybe more than once. You don't reply. You just stay. And in that staying, something begins to rise between you both. Not a verse, not a declaration, but a kind of shared reverence. A holy hush. Psalm 34 flickers in your chest. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. But you don't say it out loud. Instead, you breathe, and the person beside you begins to mirror your breath, slow, steady, like finding rhythm on a rocking boat after the storm. God appears standing a little distance away, not interfering, just witnessing. His presence doesn't fill the space, it blesses it. A theological truth settles gently. Some psalms are not meant to be spoken, they are meant to be shared. A lesser-known teaching from the early desert fathers speaks of prayers made only of sitting. That when two souls carry pain together without performance, a psalm arises between them, unwritten, unspoken, but holy enough to feed angels. You glance sideways. The person hasn't moved, but their tears are drying. Their spine is straighter. Maybe yours is too. 3 quiet metaphors rise from the grass like fireflies with nowhere else to be. Your silence was a psalm in another person's language, understood perfectly. Your compassion was a table with no chairs, still enough to feed a soul. And your soul tonight, a quiet bench in a field of sky, a psalm simply by being present. Eventually the person stands. They don't thank you. They don't need to. They just walk away lighter. And as they vanish into the grass, you feel it. A verse has been added to your scroll. You don't know what it says, but you know it was true. Night deepens not into darkness, but into fullness. The kind of night that doesn't threaten, only listens. You walk on. Eventually you reach a small stone cottage tucked into a hollow. Smoke curls gently from the chimney. It smells of cedar and cinnamon bark. A single window glows gold against the indigo sky. God opens the door before you knock. "This is where I keep the flame," he says. Inside the room is spare, just a low table, shelves of old jars, and at the center, a candle. Small, steady, flickering but never faltering. You stare at it. The flame dances like memory. "What is it?" you whisper. God exhales as though he's waited for someone to ask. It's the psalm you almost stopped believing in. You feel it instantly in your chest. That quiet season when your hope was threadbare. When prayers felt like breath wasted into wind. When you whispered, "I'm tired," and meant it from the marrow. But somehow, you kept going. Not out of certainty. Not out of strength. But because some small part of you, tattered, unseen, still reached forward. This candle, God continues, has survived storms you don't even remember having. He leans over and cups his hand near the flame, not to protect it, but to honor it. Psalm 18 flickers through the quiet. "You, Lord, keep my lamp burning. My God turns my darkness into light." A soft truth curls like smoke into your soul. Faith doesn't always roar. Sometimes it just flickers, and flickering still counts. In a fragment of Syriac Christian poetry, it's said that the smallest candle kept alight through the longest night becomes the brightest star in God's sky. Not for the size of its flame, but for the defiance of its staying. You move closer. God hands you a glass lantern, and without fanfare places the candle inside. "It's yours," he says. "Not because you earned it, because you kept it." You hold it gently, suddenly aware of all the moments that tried to snuff it out. Betrayal, exhaustion, numbness, shame. And yet, here it is. 3 metaphors burn soft around you like holy embers. Your faith is a wick, trimmed in secret, unseen but tended by heaven. Your pain is the match that once singed you, now lighting the way for others. And your soul tonight, a lantern psalm carried through shadow, glowing not for show, but for truth. You look to God. What do I do with it? He smiles. Take it wherever you go. Some nights it'll light the way for someone else. Other nights it'll simply remind you you are still here. And as you leave the cottage, lantern in hand, you don't feel triumphant. You feel real. And that's enough to keep the flame alive. The lantern's warmth rests in your palm, like a living breath. You carry it into the open night, where the stars have multiplied, each one pulsing softly, like a heart that never stops hoping. Soon the path beneath your feet turns to dry earth. The air shifts, less fragrant now, more honest. A desert maybe, or something older. It smells of clay and wind and memory. You walk until the ground flattens into a wide plain of dust. No trees, no fire, just space. And then you see him again. God is crouched in the dust, tracing something with his finger. You slow your steps, no sound but your own heartbeat. What are you writing, you ask? He doesn't look up right away, just keeps moving his hand gently across the ground. Then I'm writing what was too sacred to survive paper. You kneel beside him. And there in the dust you see a line you remember, but don't recall ever reading. You didn't fail. You finish the part of the journey that broke others. You inhale sharply. Another line appears as his finger passes again. You are not late. You are on time for mercy. Tears prick your eyes. These are psalms, you ask. He nods. They were never canonized, but I kept them. You realize something profound and simple. Some of the most sacred psalms were never sung aloud. They were survived. There's a legend in early Eastern Christian lore that Jesus wrote in the dust not once, but often whenever the ground was soft enough to hold grief without judging it. These writings weren't for theology. They were for the wounded. God stands slowly. Wind picks up. The dust begins to scatter. The verses blur, then disappear. But you begin panic rising. He holds up a hand. Dust isn't failure. Dust is where I breathed life from the beginning. And everything I write here lives in you. 3 desert metaphors stir with the wind. Your questions are dust spirals, brief, beautiful, and still noticed. Your regret is a desert bloom, quiet, rare, and real. And your soul tonight, a psalm etched in sand, forgotten by history, but remembered by heaven. God smiles and traces one final phrase just before the wind takes it. You are the verse I whisper when no one else believes they belong. You close your eyes and feel dust against your skin, not as something dirty, but ancient, sacred, soil from which all stories rise. And when you open them, the ground is blank, but the psalm is inside you now, and it will not fade. The dust has settled, and something in you has too. You walk onward slower now, not from fatigue, but from fullness, like a vessel that has been quietly filling all night and now knows not to spill. The land rises gently, and at the crest of a hill, you find a low shelter built from woven branches and old stone. Smoke curls from a small chimney, the kindy place you'd pass on a hike and wonder who built it and whether they meant for you to find it. God is already waiting inside. You step through the curtain of herbs strung like beads across the entryway, lavender, hyssop, mint. The air is cool and fragrant. There's a bed, nothing ornate, just linen, folded like a blessing, and a soft place to rest your bones. You've heard a lot tonight, God says softly. And now it's time for a psalm you won't need to recite. You hesitate. I thought I was supposed to listen to them. He smiles. Not this one. This one listens to you. You lie down. The room hushes like a chapel. Outside, the world breathes in crickets, rustling leaves, and nightbirds, calling in forgotten dialects of wonder. Psalm 121 drifts like smoke in the air. He who watches over you will not slumber. The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forevermore. You don't need to speak. You don't need to reach. You just are. And that is enough. A sacred insight begins to rise like tidewater in your heart, even when you are too tired to believe, too weary to speak, too empty to feel. God does not sleep. He keeps watch. In the 4th century writings of desert mystics, there's a story of a monk who fell asleep while praying and was gently awoken by the sound of his own soul, continuing the psalm without him. It is said, heaven finishes your verses when you can't. God brushes a hand across your brow, not to heal, not to fix, just to soothe. Even while you sleep, he whispers, your spirit is not alone. 3 lullaby metaphors cradle you like soft bedding. Your rest is a cathedral with no ceiling, open to stars and kept by angels. Your fatigue is sacred oil poured out, not wasted. And your soul tonight, a lantern left on in the window of God's house, never extinguished, never forgotten. Outside, a gentle rain begins, not loud, not cold, just enough to remind the earth it is still loved. And as your breath deepens, as your body eases, the final psalm of the night watches over you. It holds no words. It holds you. The rain continues soft as a lullaby hummed by the hills. Somewhere beyond the branches of your shelter, the wind begins to stir. Not wild, not cold, just curious. It enters the room like a guest who knows their way around, brushing your cheek, stirring the herbs above the doorway. You don't open your eyes, you don't need to. You feel it. And then God speaks, not loudly, not near, but as if through the wind itself. This psalm, he says, was never meant to be written. It travels. And tonight, it found you. The wind carries something more than air now. It carries recognition, not of your titles, not of your accomplishments, but of your essence. You realize this is the psalm of being known without having to explain. Psalm 139 swirls in the breeze like incense. You discern my going out and my lying down. You are familiar with all my ways. You're reminded of the days you wished someone would understand what you couldn't say. The seasons when your own emotions felt like foreign tongues. The prayers you never prayed because you didn't know how to form the question. And yet this wind knows. God knows. There's an ancient tale in Hebrew oral tradition of a wind that passes once in a lifetime across a soul's threshold, carrying with it the scent of Eden, the purest memory of being fully known and still fully loved. You inhale, and for a moment you remember the version of you before the striving, before the disappointments, before the masks, the child who laughed too loud, the seeker who dared to hope, the beloved who was always beloved, even in forgetting. The wind doesn't ask for anything in return. It just lifts a single strand of your hair, curls it around itself like a thread of gold, and carries it away as if saying you are remembered. 3 airy metaphors drift into your half-dreaming mind. Your soul is a feather, caught mid-fall, no longer falling, just floating. Your silence is a prayer, written on breath, not loud, but still ascending. And your soul tonight, a wind-born psalm, unbound by pages, sung by spirit, carried by grace. You shift under the blanket body, warm, heart soft, and outside the wind moves on, not because it's done, but because it trusts that what it left will remain. A whisper trails behind it, You don't need to chase being understood. You already are. And in that knowledge, you sleep again. Morning hasn't come yet, but a hush has settled over the earth like dew. Not sleep, not stillness, but a sacred pause. You rise from the simple bed without opening your eyes fully. Your body knows where to go, your spirit already moving. You step outside. The soil is soft beneath your feet, and the path ahead is faint, not paved, not marked. Just impressions in the earth, not from others, not even from animals. They are yours, every footprint silent. But they speak. God walks beside you again, barefoot too. He doesn't point to the prints, he simply matches your stride. These are psalms, he says. You look down. My steps. He nods. Every one you took when you didn't feel strong. Every one you made when you had more questions than answers. Every one that felt pointless but wasn't. He pauses. And the ones where you stopped and just stood still, those are sacred too. Psalm 119 echoes softly through the rising mist. Your word is a lamp for my feet, a light on my path. But tonight, it's not a verse on a page. It's a pattern in the dust. You remember now the days you woke and walked through grief like molasses. The times you left the house just to say, I'm still here. The long, lonely errands. The walks around the block when your soul ached too loudly to sit still. All psalms, all recorded. An old desert monastic belief whispers through your thoughts. Every footstep taken in longing becomes a verse in heaven's book of endurance. Even if your path loops, even if you backtrack, even if you fall, you kneel beside one of the footprints. It's deeper than the rest. You remember that step. You didn't think anyone saw, but it left a mark so clear, so honest. God smiles. You've been preaching sermons with your feet. The dirt has been listening. 3 humble metaphors rise from the ground like grass through cracked pavement. Your footsteps are stitches in time, mending what you thought was lost. Your pauses are commas in a psalm still unfolding. And your soul tonight, a pilgrimage psalm, less about destination, more about devotion. God stops walking. You won't remember all the steps, but I do, and I call them holy. You look ahead. The path vanishes into the fog, but not in fear. It waits. And with your next step, another verse is written, not in ink, but in trust. The path winds downward, now curling like a ribbon through a grove of pomegranate trees. Their red fruit hangs heavy, bursting at the seams. Some have split open, spilling seeds onto the earth like rubies offered freely. There's a stone well ahead. A woman is there, old but not frail. Her hands are worn smooth, her eyes alive. She draws water without struggle, as though the rope knows her grip by memory. Beside her is a cup, not polished, not carved, just plain clay. You hesitate. God appears beside you with no introduction, simply existing as he always has. He gestures toward the scene and whispers, "This is the psalm of the gift you forgot you gave." The woman looks up, smiles, and lifts the cup toward you. You take it. It's cool, familiar. Then suddenly, without warning, you remember. Not her, not this place, but the moment long ago when you offered someone a kindness so small you didn't think it mattered. A meal shared, a seat given, a silence held, a laugh offered when you had none to spare. And now here it is again. Psalm 23 rings quietly in the rim of the cup. You prepare a table before me. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. But the cup doesn't overflow from your blessings, it overflows from your giving. A little-known Jewish folktale says that every time a person shares something simple, in love, a coat, a crust of bread, Even a moment of listening, an invisible psalm is added to heaven's library, not sung by angels, but carried by them. You lift the cup to your lips. It tastes of grace, of all the kindnesses you gave without needing them returned, of all the peace you spread without knowing where it landed. God sits beside the well. She drinks from this cup every night, he says, and she doesn't know it came from you. You don't need her to. That's what makes it a psalm. 3 metaphors pour from the cup like golden oil on stone. Your generosity is a prayer with no address, delivered anyway. Your unnoticed love is a river underground, nourishing roots no one sees. And your soul tonight, a cup-shaped psalm emptied, often and always refilled. The woman refills the cup and sets it back beside the well. She does not speak, she only nods. And in that quiet nod, you feel it. Heaven noticed what you forgot you gave. You leave the well with a lightness in your step, not from pride, not from recognition, but from the peculiar joy of realizing you've done something holy without even trying. The kind of joy that comes with no audience, no applause, just truth. As you walk, the path dips through a meadow of tall golden grass, and there sprawled across a fallen log is a man laughing. Not polite chuckles, not quiet amusement, laughing, deep, loud, bellyful joy, the kind that crinkles your eyes and makes your ribs ache. You pause, startled at first. Then, you smile. He waves you over. Come sit. He grins, wiping tears from his eyes. You're gonna want to hear this one. You sit beside him. No formalities. Just the feeling that somehow you've met before, in a dream, where everything smelled like sun and cinnamon. He takes a breath and says, "A camel walks into a vineyard and immediately bursts out laughing again, unable to finish. You don't even know why it's funny. But you laugh anyway, and something sacred happens. Not in theology, not in mystery, in the laughter." Psalm 126 seems to dance on the air like fireflies. Then our mouth was filled with laughter, and our tongue with shouts of joy. The Lord has done great things for us, and we are filled with joy. You realize joy is not the absence of suffering, it's the refusal to let it close every window. God appears again, leaning casually against a tree, eyes crinkled with a smile that's older than stars. Laughter is a psalm too, he says. A loud one, maybe the loudest. You tilt your head, but it's not always mentioned. God shrugs. That's why it surprises you when it shows up. And surprises are sacred. An old Talmudic tradition suggests that when the Messiah returns, the world's final healing will begin with a joke, one so profound that even the mountains will shake from laughter, and every scar will forget how it hurt. 3 warm metaphors tumble like apples from an overturned basket. Your laughter is a spark in the psalm's fire, brief, bright, warming all who gather. Your joy is incense that rises faster than sorrow can chase it. And your soul tonight, a psalm of holy giggles, written not with ink, but with the crinkles beside your eyes. The man finally calm, still smiling. "I don't remember the punchline," he says. "Didn't need one," you reply. And in that exchange, a whole new verse is born, not serious, not solemn, just true, just joyful, just you. As the laughter fades into the warm hush of dusk, you continue walking. The path narrows again, this time lined with doors, dozens of them. Some open wide, others barely ajar, some gently swinging in the breeze as if waiting for someone to notice. Each door is different. One carved from driftwood, one painted sky blue and chipped at the edges, one small enough for a child to duck through, one tall and heavy with an iron ring for a handle. God walks beside you. hands clasped behind his back, as if on an evening stroll through his own memories. These are moments, he says softly. Moments when you could have turned away, but didn't. You stop in front of a red door with a cracked window. You don't remember building it, but you recognize what's inside. A hard conversation you didn't avoid. A forgiveness you offered even when it wasn't returned. A goodbye you made gentle instead of bitter. You didn't close this door, God continues. You left it open for grace. Psalm 15 rustles like parchment in the wind. The one who does what is righteous, who keeps an oath even when it hurts, will never be shaken. A lesser-known Christian tradition buried in the desert, sayings of the early mystics, speaks of the gate of mercy, a door opened by action, not belief. It's said that each time a person chooses kindness when silence would be easier, or patience when pride flares, a gate opens wider in the unseen world, and mercy rushes in. You place your hand on the door frame. It's warm, alive. You wonder how many others walked through this without knowing who kept it open for them. 3 still metaphors sit beside your soul, like shoes removed at the threshold. Your kindness was a hinge, the smallest part, yet it let the door move. Your restraint was a doormat, softened by footprints, but still welcoming. And your soul tonight, a psalm of open doors, not grand, not loud, but willing. God stops beside a simple doorway, painted with rainwater and pollen dust. Some doors you left open. He says you'll never know who walked through, but I do. And everyone became a verse. You close your eyes. You don't need to open another door tonight. It's enough to know that some are still open behind you, and that is a psalm all its own. The door-lined path fades into open field again, quiet as a sanctuary just after the last candle's been snuffed. The air has thickened, not unpleasant, but humid with memory. You sense it before it arrives. A tear, not falling now, but then. You don't feel sad, but your body remembers. God is standing beside you again, holding a glass jar. Not ornate, not heavy, but sealed and shimmering in the low light. This one, he says gently, is yours. You peer inside. It isn't filled with water, not quite. It holds something more luminous, soft, iridescent, shifting like morning light through veil-thin clouds. These are your tears, he continues. The ones you forgot, the ones you hid, the ones you didn't let fall. You look away. It felt like weakness, you say. God chuckles not unkindly. It felt like faith. Psalm 56 hums from within the jar. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. And suddenly you remember that one night you wept alone, knees to chest on the bathroom floor. The funeral where you held back so tightly, your throat ached for hours. The time joy came so suddenly, it overwhelmed you, and tears fell before you could name the feeling. Each one recorded, each one remembered, not for punishment, not for pity, for praise. A mystical idea in medieval Christian thought claimed that tears are the purest form of unspoken worship, so unfiltered, so raw, that only God knows how to interpret their language. Some believe even angels are forbidden to touch them. God unseals the jar. He pours a single shimmering drop into his palm. It glows briefly warmly and then fades into his skin. You thought, no one saw, he says, but I did. And those tears watered something in heaven that's still growing. 3 gentle metaphors slide down your soul like cool rain over warm cheeks. Your sorrow was sacred ink, writing psalms too tender for tongues. Your weeping was a garden beneath the surface, its roots deeper than grief, and your soul tonight, a psalm of tears, unsung by choir, but echoed in eternity. God seals the jar again. You hold it now, not heavy, not haunting, just true. And with it you walk forward, eyes soft, spirit open, knowing your most fragile moments have become verses in the divine. The path narrows once more, weaving through a grove where every tree seems to hold a silence of its own. The branches sway, not from wind, but as if nodding in agreement with something ancient and unspoken. Up ahead, you spot a small clearing. At its center, a table, wooden, weathered, set for two. One chair is empty, the other is not. A figure sits there still peaceful, but not looking at you, looking at the chair across from them, waiting. God is beside you again, not speaking yet, just listening to the moment. You take a breath, and then you know. This is the place where someone never arrived, a meeting that never happened, a goodbye that was never said, a conversation you always wished for, but never received. You move closer. The figure doesn't speak. They remain looking at the empty chair, as if it's filled with something invisible, something sacred. You sit across from them, and slowly, reverently, God speaks. This is the Psalm of Unfinished Love. Psalm 88 echoes like distant thunder. I call to you, Lord, every day. I spread out my hands to you. Why, Lord, do you reject me and hide your face from me? But here there is no rejection, just the pause of a sentence never finished. There's an apocryphal tradition that suggests the psalms we never speak aloud, the ones we think or half write or only feel still echo in the mind of God. They hover in liminal places, unclosed, unresolved, but still real. You realize love that didn't get to complete its sentence is not wasted. It becomes prayer. You reach out. The figure finally turns to you. Their face is soft, familiar. Maybe someone you loved, maybe someone who hurt you, maybe both. No words, but something passes between you, a kind of peace that doesn't explain itself. 3 quiet metaphors lean on the edge of the table, like books left open on a porch. Your longing was not in vain. It carved room for hope. Your ache was a psalm without punctuation, yet still sacred. And your soul tonight, a psalm of the empty chair, proof that even absence can be honored. God places a candle in the center of the table. He lights it with a breath. You waited here, he says. That's all I asked. And I heard the psalm you never sang. You close your eyes, and for a moment, just one, you feel the chair isn't empty at all. Just waiting, like heaven. The candle still flickers gently behind you as you leave the clearing. But the air changes, now cooler, heavier. Not hostile, just honest. The path becomes rocky again, uneven, like choices made in haste. You walk slower, not because you're tired, but because your heart recognizes what's ahead. Regret, not punishment, not shame, just the memory of roads you wished you had taken or left untaken. God walks silently beside you, no judgment, only presence. And then without preamble he says, even here, there is a psalm. Your chest tightens. But these are the places I got it wrong. He nods. Yes, and even those places echo with my voice. Psalm 51 floats like incense through the air. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation. You pause. You've read that verse before. But tonight it doesn't feel like a plea. It feels like a promise. You remember the words spoken too sharply, the silence held too long, the risk you didn't take, the kindness you delayed until it was too late. These memories rise like soft fog, not to accuse, but to acknowledge. And God does not erase them. He walks through them with you. There's a teaching hidden in a 12th century mystical commentary that every regret a soul carries becomes a bridge if held with humility. Not to undo the past, but to allow heaven to cross into the present. 3 metaphors trail behind you, like shadows that have learned to rest. Your regret is not a stain. It's soil dark, but full of hidden life. Your missteps are not closed doors. They are doorways reframed by time. And your soul tonight, a psalm of redemption's echo, not perfect, but profoundly heard. God stops at a bend in the path and points to a tree growing at an odd angle, its roots wrapped around stone. This tree should have died here, he says. But instead, it bent, and it became. You realize it's you. You are the tree, and the psalm that lives in your regrets is not a mournful one. It's one of transformation, a song only the forgiven can sing. And as you continue walking, the heaviness does not vanish. It simply begins to breathe. The path becomes stone now, broad slabs of ancient rock, cracked by time and weather. The gaps between them are filled with moss, tiny wildflowers, and the slow work of erosion. Nothing grand, but everything alive. You walk barefoot, each step tender, each crack speaking. God walks beside you in silence until you reach a flat expanse where the stone has split wide, not broken, but opened. A chasm small yet deep. You kneel beside it. Inside something glimmers, not gold, not light, water. Still and quiet at the bottom of the split. It reflects your face, but it also reflects something else, a time when you fell apart. God kneels beside you. This is where your strength ran out. He says gently, you nod, I remember, and you thought you failed. A pause, but cracks are where my psalms seep in. Psalm 34 rises like steam from the stones. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. You look again into the crack. In it are the memories you try not to touch. The day you wept so hard you forgot what started it. The moment your body trembled from too much stress and too little grace. The season when you woke every day wondering if you'd ever feel whole again. And here in this place, a psalm has been quietly forming. A lesser-known Syriac hymn tells of the psalms sung by fractured vessels echoing across broken walls. It is said that angels gather in the quietest cracks of creation because healing always hums louder in places where the light slips through fractures. God places his hand on the stone. It doesn't seal, it sings. 3 stone metaphors rest beneath your fingertips like sacred fossils. Your breaking point was not a failure. It was a psalm's birthplace. Your weakness was not waste. It was well water in disguise. And your soul tonight, a cracked stone psalm, enduring, echoing, shaped by holy pressure. You close your eyes and listen. You don't hear a choir. You hear a drip, a single drop of water echoing in the stone. It's not loud, but it repeats. It reminds that even when you shattered, you sang. You rise from the cracked stone and walk forward into a thinning mist. The landscape is quiet, too quiet perhaps, and you notice your own breath more than ever. You're not afraid, but you are aware. Your shadow trails behind you. Longer now, not ominous, just present. God walks a few paces ahead, letting you catch up in your own time. When you reach him, he doesn't speak. He simply points to the ground behind you. There it is again, your shadow. You've been trying not to look at it. He says. You exhale. It reminds me of who I was and who you weren't yet. Psalm 91 seems to unfold behind you, like a blanket laid down for rest. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. You step back, eyes adjusting, and realize it's not just your shadow, it's His too. You are not walking in your own shadow alone. You've been walking inside His the entire time. There's a poetic teaching in some ancient Hebrew midrashim that the shadow of God is not cast by light, but by presence too vast to comprehend. It's not absence, it's nearness made mysterious. Suddenly, every step you've taken, every moment you doubted your own strength, every time you thought you were dragging your past like a chain, was actually you, walking within the shadow of mercy. God kneels beside your shadow and gently touches it. You thought it was your baggage, He whispers. But it was just evidence you were never alone. 3 quiet metaphors stretch like dusk into the edges of your memory. Your shadow is a map, not of mistakes, but of movement. Your past is not behind you. It walks beside you, healed step by step. And your soul tonight, a psalm of shadows, not feared, not hidden, but followed faithfully. You turn and face your shadow fully. It doesn't threaten you, it waves. And for the first time you wave back. God chuckles. Even shadows preach, you know. How, you ask? They follow light, He replies. And so do you. The shadow behind you fades gently as the path levels out into a field of hush. No wind, no birds, not even the rustle of your own robes. Silence. Pure, complete, unbroken. At first it feels empty, like the pause before an answer that never comes. But then slowly, like your eyes adjusting to darkness, you begin to hear the quiet. It's not absence, it's presence distilled. God is here, but He doesn't speak, and you don't need Him to. Instead, He sits cross-legged in the tall grass. Face turned upward, eyes closed, not withdrawn, just still. You sit beside Him. The silence wraps around you both like a wool cloak warmed by firelight. Psalm 46 breathes without breath. Be still and know that I am God. It does not ask you to listen. It invites you to rest. A lesser-known rabbinic teaching speaks of the breath between creation, when God paused before speaking light into the void. That sacred pause, the very silence, was the first psalm. A hymn with no sound, only holiness. You feel it now. The space where your questions don't need to be answered, where your prayers don't need to be perfect, where your soul is safe just being. There are no visions here, no miracles, just stillness. And in it, something inside you that always runs, finally sits down. 3 silent metaphors rise like lanterns that don't need fire. Your silence is not empty, it's the hush before revelation. Your quiet is not passive, it is active surrender. And your soul tonight, a psalm of stillness, not composed, not spoken, just held. God opens one eye, glances at you, then closes it again. A soft grin, no words needed. The 2 of you sit in the meadow, saying nothing. And it is enough. Because sometimes the holiest verse is the one that hums inside your ribcage with no sound at all. As silence begins to stretch and soften, like warm dough in rising light, something above you changes. The stars, which had been resting so quietly overhead, begin to pulse with faint rhythm. Not blinking, speaking. You lie back in the grass. God joins you, hands behind His head, gazing upward with the satisfaction of an artist who's just finished a masterpiece no one will fully understand, but that doesn't matter. Because it's true. Look closely, He whispers. You do. And there, carved into constellations traced in the soft movements of galaxies older than memory, is a psalm. Not in Hebrew, not in English, in glow, Lines of light weave and circle one another, forming verses you feel in your chest before your mind can translate. Psalm 19 stirs inside the atmosphere. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of His hands. You've read that before, but now you know it wasn't poetry. It was physics. The stars aren't just scenery. They're witnesses. An old mystical tradition from Ethiopia says that every soul is assigned a star, not to guide them like a GPS, but to reflect back their deepest wonder when they forget their place in the universe. The star doesn't speak in words. It shines the truth we can't carry on our own. You lift your hand toward one of them. God gently touches your wrist. That one, He says, it's been shining every night you doubted you were worth the breath in your lungs. Your eyes well not from sorrow, but from the beauty of being seen. 3 celestial metaphors orbit quietly through your thoughts, like planets at peace. Your wonder is a psalm written in stardust, still legible after fire. Your longing is a comet, burning not from fear, but from direction. And your soul tonight, a psalm in orbit, spinning faithfully unnoticed, by many understood by heaven. You trace the light with your eyes, not needing to memorize it, because now you are part of it. And as the constellations slowly shift overhead, not to predict your future, but to remind you of your place, you whisper to no one and everyone, I see it now. And the sky whispers back. You sit up slowly, the sky's glow still stitched into your vision, like the afterimage of a flame. But now the night feels closer. Not in a closing-in way, just more intimate, as if everything unseen is leaning in to listen. Your body aches a little, not in pain, in remembrance, like muscles that have carried more than their share of silence. God stands behind you now, and before He speaks, you already know. This next psalm, He says, is the one inside you. You blink. In my heart, He shakes His head gently, deeper, and then you feel it. The slow creak of your shoulders, the twinge in your knees, the warmth in your chest that flares when you hear something true. It's not just memory, it's a psalm that has made a home in your bones. Psalm 6 begins to pulse, not in the air, but in the marrow. Have mercy on me, Lord, for I am faint. Heal me, Lord, for my bones are in agony. But agony isn't the point. Persistence is. You remember the night your body held grief like it was muscle memory. The day your hands kept working while your spirit was cracking. The year your face smiled while your spine carried invisible weight. And still, you stood, you walked, you did the dishes, you answered the phone, you showed up. A teaching from the Desert Fathers says that every physical ache born from emotional endurance is recorded not as suffering, but as sacred endurance. They called it the slow strength, and believed that bones remember faith longer than the mind. God touches your arm, and you feel it not healing, but recognition. You carried more than anyone saw, He says, and your body, it kept singing. 3 embodied metaphors rise like steam from warm tea poured after a long walk. Your strength is not armor, it's woven bone verse sung quietly during storms. Your fatigue is not failure, it's faith that stayed present even in collapse. And your soul tonight, a psalm of the skeleton, hidden humming holy beneath it all. You stretch your fingers, and in the slow ease of your joints, in the way your back straightens, in how your breath deepens, you know you were never weak. You were just honest. And that is a kind of worship the angels can only witness, not with harps, but in awe. The path darkens again, not with fear, but with stillness, like the hush before candlelight. The stars above remain, but they seem to step back now, letting something nearer take over. You feel it before you see it. A soft glow blooming from your hand. It's the lamp, small, clay, cracked in one place, and yet glowing steadily like it trusts you. God nods toward it, smiling. You've been carrying this the whole way. You look down, startled. I don't remember picking it up. That's because you didn't. You became it. Psalm 119 flickers gently in rhythm with your breath. Your word is a lamp to my feet, a light to my path. But tonight the light doesn't come from a scroll or a sermon. It comes from you, from every choice you made to hope again. Every breath you took when the world felt too loud. Every night you chose to stay, when leaving seemed easier. There's a tradition tucked into old monastic commentaries, the belief that some souls are entrusted with inner lamps, not to preach, not to lead, but simply to walk. Their very living lights the road behind them, leaving enough warmth for others to follow. You tilt the lamp, watching the light stretch across the stones, and you see it, tiny radiant footprints behind you, marked not by sound, but by soul. God steps closer. You thought no one saw. But this light, it kept the dark from swallowing someone else. 3 metaphors rise from the flame, like sweet smoke from sacred oil. Your gentleness was fire, with no scorch, warmth without spectacle. Your presence was a lighthouse without a name, guiding quietly, never demanding thanks. And your soul tonight, a psalm-shaped lamp, fragile, yes, but lit from within. You hold the lamp higher, and in its glow you see not just the path, but yourself. Not as broken, not as behind, but as burning. God touches the side of the lamp where it's cracked. The light escapes brighter through that fracture. Even your wounds glow, he says. And as the path ahead bends once more, you walk, not needing to see the whole road. Because you are the light now. The lamp in your hand sways with your movement, casting gentle arcs of light that dance like lullabies across the earth. The night feels warmer now, like it's leaning in to listen to your breathing. The path narrows, then widens, narrows again, then vanishes. There is no road, just ground. And yet, you keep walking, not quickly, not because you know the way, but because something in your spirit whispers, keep going. God appears beside you once more, walking in rhythm. But he does not speak, not yet. Instead, he lets the silence breathe again, lets the wind return to hum in the trees, lets your own heartbeat sync with the air. And then he smiles and says, "This is the psalm. You've never heard the one between the steps." You blink. There's a psalm between the psalms. Oh yes, he chuckles. It's the one you live before you understand. The one that trusts before it proves. Psalm 84 rustles in the tall grass. Blessed are those whose strength is in you, whose hearts are set on pilgrimage, not destination. Pilgrimage. A tradition from the Eastern Church teaches that the holiest moments are the ones we don't recognize until much later, when we look back and see the shape of God's footsteps beside ours in places we thought were empty. Moments like the pause before answering someone in kindness, the breath before choosing to forgive, the stillness just before a tear falls, the space between questions that makes room for grace. God looks at the space between your feet as you walk. Every step matters, he says, but so does the space between them. You think of all the waiting seasons, the in-between times, the years when you felt like nothing was moving, but everything inside you was changing. 3 feather-soft metaphors float like petals on the stream of your memory. Your waiting was not wasted. It was music composed in silence. Your doubt was not decay. It was soil loosening before new roots. And your soul tonight, a psalm between footsteps, not rushed, not lost, but becoming. You slow your pace, not because you're tired, but because every inch forward feels sacred. The road may vanish, but the psalm, it does not stop. It walks. And you, with all your questions, your wonder, your unfinished verses, you walk with it. The path, if it can still be called, that turns to dry earth, loose fine dust that puffs gently with each step. Your feet leave clear impressions now, but the wind moves softly behind you, beginning to erase them even as you walk. You pause. God does not stop you. He kneels in the dust, instead, drawing a slow, spiraling pattern with one finger. No urgency, no need for permanence. This psalm, he says, was never meant to last forever in form. Just in effect, you kneel beside him. Your hand instinctively mimics his, tracing your own pattern beside his spiral. You draw without meaning to draw. A line, a symbol, a curve you don't quite understand. And yet, it feels true. Psalm 103 drifts like dry wind through tall reeds. For he knows how we are formed. He remembers that we are dust. But tonight the dust is not a dismissal. It is holy ink. You remember now the letter you wrote and never sent. The message deleted and rewritten 3 times. The whisper you offered to no one in particular on a night when it felt like no one was listening. They were psalms too. An ancient desert legend says that in the dry places of the world, those vast wildernesses where no structure endures, the prayers spoken aloud are written directly into the wind-blown soil. They don't last long, but their echoes remain in the earth's breath forever. You look back, your footprints are fading, almost gone, and yet you do not mourn, because in the dust that disappears, a memory lingers. 3 grain-soft metaphors swirl through your heart like dry petals on a breeze. Your impermanence is not insignificance. It is evidence that love doesn't need to last to leave impact. Your faded moments are not lost. They are loaves broken and multiplied into unseen lives. And your soul tonight, a psalm written in dust, fleeting yes, but fragrant with meaning. God cups a handful of the earth and lets it flow through his fingers like silk. This was always your medium, he says. You were made of it, but you also leave something in it. You exhale, and as the wind gently brushes away the spiral you drew together, you smile, because you know it didn't need to stay on the ground. It stayed in God. The air begins to cool now, not cold, but just enough to make your shoulders relax. A breeze picks up from somewhere unseen, brushing through the nearby reeds and trees, sounding like a lullaby hummed by the earth itself. You feel it in your bones. The journey is slowing. God motions ahead, not with a command, but a cradle of his hand, as though rocking something invisible. You follow, and there it is. A small hillside, blanketed in soft moss, draped in the hush of midnight. At its crest, a stone bench curved just enough to hold a body curled sideways in peace. You know it's for you. You lie down, not because you're exhausted, but because you are finally allowed to rest. God sits nearby, silent but present, watching over you the way a parent watches a child drifting off, not wanting to wake them with even a smile. Psalm 4 drifts down like a soft breeze. In peace, I will lie down and sleep for you alone. Lord, make me dwell in safety. And suddenly the world feels held. The stars no longer distant, they've drawn nearer now like soft night lanterns hung by angels. You remember a childhood moment, perhaps real, perhaps dreamt of being rocked in someone's arms while the song played softly in the background. You don't recall the melody, just the safety. That memory sings again. An old oral tradition says that every soul has a celestial lullaby written for them at birth, a song only God knows and only sings when we are too tired to pray. A song that carries us over the threshold of sleep, and sometimes even across eternity. You hear it now, not in notes, but in nearness. God begins to hum, not with words, not with melody, just presence given tone. 3 gentle metaphors settle over you like the final blanket pulled to your chin. Your rest is not a pause, it is worship without effort. Your sleep is not escape, it is surrender into arms that never drop you. And your soul tonight, a psalm of sleep, not silence, not slumber, but sacred being held. Your breath slows, the stars above blur softly. And as the last conscious thought melts from your brow, you hear it, God's voice softer than silk, warm as wool, I've got you. And so you let go. Somewhere between dreaming and waking, you feel it. Light, not the harsh glare of urgency, but the soft golden hue of promise. The kind that seeps gently through eyelids and invites the soul to stretch before the body does. The hill you rested on is still there, the moss damp with dew, the sky now painted with the earliest blue. The stars have folded themselves away, the lamp beside you has gone out, but the warmth on your skin, that's new. God is already seated nearby, sipping something from a simple clay cup. It smells like wild honey and early sun. He offers it without a word. You sit up surprised at how rested you feel. Not just physically, spiritually aligned, like your soul has finally rethreaded itself through the eye of divine stillness. This psalm, God says, isn't written in sleep. It's written in what comes after. Psalm 30 glows in the rising haze. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. You hold the cup, feeling its warmth, reach your fingertips, then your elbows, then your heart. And slowly you begin to remember that joy doesn't always arrive in fireworks. Sometimes it comes in the form of breath you didn't expect to take. The silence you no longer fear. The thought, I made it through the night. There's a teaching buried deep in Hasidic wisdom, one barely spoken aloud, that says every soul receives a single note of morning song from heaven each dawn. We rarely hear it, but those who do carry that note all day like a seed beneath the tongue. When kindness is needed or courage falters, the note hums. You wonder if you've heard it now. God doesn't confirm. He only smiles. 3 daybreak metaphors glisten in the new light like dew on leaves. Your awakening is not return, it is resurrection in miniature. Your first thought is not random, it is heaven checking in. And your soul today, a psalm of the morning, not loud, not finished, but faithfully beginning again. You sip from the cup. It tastes like rest turned into readiness. You rise, not to chase or strive or prove, just to live. The journey will continue. Psalms will still unfold. But for now, this new light is enough. The light now fills the field gentle and full, like water rising slowly around your ankles, not to drown, but to carry. You take one last look behind you. The path, the lamp, the shadows, the laughter, the silence, the stars. They are all still there. But now they feel like chapters in a book already closed, read, understood, and placed reverently on the shelf beside your heart. God stands beside you, quiet as ever, hands clasped behind his back, like a gardener watching spring arrive in a plot long tilled by night. No more psalms, you ask softly, already knowing the answer. He chuckles. Oh, child, they never stopped. Even now, you're breathing one. The wind slows, the sun softens, the grass becomes feathered beneath your feet, and something begins to close, not like a door shutting, but like eyes drifting. Psalm 121 floats gently through the hush. He who watches over you will not slumber. The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. You lie back down in the grass without thinking. The earth curves like a nest beneath you. The sky pulls its blue blanket closer. Your limbs grow warm and heavy with holy quiet. You hear God's voice one more time, closer now, no longer outside of you, but within every breath. You've done enough. You are enough. You were never alone, even in the dark, especially in the dark. A tradition from the early church fathers says that the soul, when it enters sacred rest, hears a sound not unlike the gentle lapping of water against a boat, carrying it from the shore of effort to the sea of peace. You hear that now, not from outside, but within your very bones. 3 final metaphors settle gently on your brow like a kiss of oil. Your story is not ending. It's being sung somewhere else now. Your stillness is not empty. It is the echo of every holy word you lived. And your soul tonight, a final psalm, not spoken aloud, but drifting in the arms of God. So here you are, nestled in the center of holy hush, wrapped in the silence of stars, your breath and heaven finally at peace with one another. No more steps to take, no more verses to write, only being, only belonging. And the last thing you feel before sleep takes you completely is God whispering, I am still here. End of script. Sweet dreams.